Hello everybody, I hope things are working. But I'm not sure yet. Yes, everything's working. It seems like I am a heck of a lot behind everything again. I'm talking about everything. Frame generation, lossless scaling, dynamic scaling, Star Citizens, VR, the capability of the future PCs to come. There's so much I can't even keep up. And then there's the quality. And there's even about prices even coming down so we can afford RAM again. But do we need to? I've got a long way to go. When you miss out on a week, it seems like it's a day. Days seem like months, and months seem like years. So all I can just say is just pick out what you can and just check out the quality. But one thing I'm telling you straight, dynamic 4-bit rendering in 8K is just, I really can't even say really. First thing you see, I've got my frames capped on its 1% lows native. Sorry, I've got my frames capped native.
Please consult any of our associates for help or rental.
No, I don't even have it capped actually. It's on dynamic. And that's roughly 25 frames to what you're seeing at the moment. Well, what I'm seeing is 360. Smooth motioning working. Graphics card at 100%, 1% low 144.
Welcome to IO North Tower, Area 18's premier centre for business development.
I'm not even
Please
going to
consult
even
any
try
of
and
our
comment
associates for help or rental
what I'm seeing right here. I just want to walk around and enjoy the scenery. It's that smooth. Frame generation, dynamic generation, lossless scaling, NVIDIA, new microphone. Oh my word. I always said 2025 would be the year Star Citizens would take off. I'm boy, I was joking. But next year, if you think this year is good because everything's basic, next year, when the IGPU comes in, and you'll be using SSD, like graphics cards, I don't even see shimmering anymore. I think you guys will still be able to see it, but here, those are lines, there's no shimmering. The refresh rate, I have to look on the upper screen. I don't think if we've got HDR on today actually.
With convenient connection trams across all major commercial areas.
Yes, I do see shimmering
Business traffic.
on the streaming, but live I don't see it. I mean, well, me actually playing in 8K. I am in 8K, am I? Yeah. No V-Sync. Wow, HDRZ, but wow, honestly. Everything is just so bloody smooth. The only way you could see this
City Club reminds us,
is if I was to actually record it.
we all win. Your help keeps our call clear.
Microphones need to be set up. And I really don't have the time to do the tuning. I really don't. Not with her grandson on the way. Yesterday I tried coming on 3 times. I just get them falling asleep. One time I slept for nearly 4 hours. I've not been able to spend time with my friends on the internet. Well, it's been like that for the last couple of months because I can't get my Discord to run fluently with these high performances. If I want to use Discord, I have to use a totally different PC. What time is it even now? 5:30. I don't even know what these things like or latency. Lows is not bad. I'm not supposed to be pushing 400 frames, 360 frames per second. But it's been told I can go higher, but it's not advisable. I know this is at the moment at area 18. I don't even see screen tearing. By the way, this is in DLSS frame generation on top of that. I've not even worked out what's doing what yet. CPU 60%. We don't need the fans. Graphics card. Is that graphics? Yeah, GPU. 3000 megahertz. 97%. Temperature's not bad. Native is hovering around about 30. So it's over 10 times frame generation on average. Basically, if it's native 30 and I'm trying 360, that's guaranteed frame generation of at least 10 times. But it's actually 11, 12 times. That's 2 times over the NVIDIA. But I've also got smooth motioning working and also dynamic, and I think, oh yeah, What's that word that I can't remember? Direct memory access. Let's see how fast that's pushing. That's the wrong graphics card. I want to see. I can't even. Let me have a look. My SSD in 8K is only 1%. 2% in 8K. I can't even tell if direct memory access is working. It should be. Well, anyway, if you want to know if direct memory access is working, just try and see any flickers in loading screens or anything like that. Remember my area 18. The consistency is unbelievable.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
When I'm at the ASOP terminal, it drops significantly. You can actually see that in the frame rates.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Bye.
Your clothes are actually talking. some light on the situation. I'm wondering, can you actually see the native on the GPU? No, you can't. That's sad, that. Right, when I'm saying the native, that means what the graphic card is actually running at, if we have all this fancy dangle dingle frame generation on. Is at the moment it is at 30 frame generation. I mean 30 native down to 25. But with everything fancy in there, frame generation and everything, you're getting 330. Now what that means is it's not fake frames, okay? The frames are taken from the first and averaged out between the last, and then it works out in between. Now the reason why I know that is because Star Citizens also have this in their programming, okay, which you cannot see. It generates the frames in the game itself, so you're seeing all these frames automatically. It's to do with desync at the end of the day, you know what I mean? So it's fluent. Now, if you've got a very slow PC, okay, and you're watching it, you'll see it automatically about, say, a minute behind or whatnot. This also stops it from losing connection, like you got hitches and hiccups and things like that. I have to find a better way of explaining. There are better ways to explain it, you know what I mean? But it's so smooth. What I'm looking for is shimmering, and there is shimmering. That's because I'm at 25 frames per second at the moment native. I can come down to 4K. Now I shall have no problems. The only thing I will lose is the quality in the text and everything, but everything is just ridiculous. CPU is 25%, GPU it's cut down a redundancy now of about nearly 60%. This is going to blow your mind. I'm now going to turn up the frames to 600 frames when I find it. Where do you turn up the frames? Right, no, that's not there. Lossless scaling. Right here. I'm going to double the lossless scaling now to 600, 720. 720. Let's see what it looks like.
Public Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
I'm just studying these numbers at the moment, okay? Remember, these reason why you're getting all this stuff, this is area 18, okay?
Take off. Landing gear raised. Thank you, and please visit again.
This is 700 odd frames, 1% low, 500. That's with smoothing on in 8, no, it's 4K now, isn't it? can't have both. You can't have the frames so high and the quality. It's either one or the other. 8K with quality graphics or frame generation at 800. If you want smoothness, so I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go for the sweet spot. $6K. Let's see if the dynamic actually sets in, does things automatically, because that's what NVIDIA is supposed to do. It's supposed to work it out for you, see. Seem more natural. The 1% low is 600. But the native is 18. I see a little bit of shimmering. GPU 60 Celsius. The sweet spot for this PC is 6K. I'm going to push it to its limits now. No, not to its limits. Yeah, I'm going to push it to its limits. I can see mirroring. It's like when it's you can't, yeah, you might not be able to see, yeah, you should be able to see it because it's strong here. But seeing the quality of the graphics from a distance, that's remarkable. Natives at the moment is 13 frames. But what you're seeing is 720. That is ridiculous, and this is in 8K. This is everything maxed out. The only problem is you can't see it because I'm pushing the streaming through the iGPU. So you have to go by the numbers what you see in front if you understand the numbers. I have to go to Orison because the Idris is there and all my repair stuff is on that ship, so I've got to take them off.
Shields are off. Auto drive is now off.
Remember, these tests that I am doing, that's actually pushing my PC to the limits. Okay, 99% of the people hasn't got what's on this PC. Okay. It'd be at least 6 months to a year before you even start looking at Gen 5 equipment. The only thing that's holding this thing back at the moment, if you really want to know the truth, is the iGPU, and that's in the next generation. The cores, you already know what the cores are going to do. You're going to use AMD for a reference. But the bandwidth at the end of the day will show you what your SSD can do. My native at the moment is 15 frames per second. But when you're looking at the game itself, you would say no. The quality is outstanding. It's all about the bandwidth now, and don't forget, I'm not in gear 2, I'm in gear 4. And what that is, it's all about the bandwidth. Star Citizens doesn't need the high clock cores, it needs the cores, it needs the bandwidth, because it's got so much frames, so much programs, so much things running in the background which you can't see, that's producing all this. It's like 1,000 computers into one big massive computer. Now I'm coming up to a planet, it's going to be loading things in. You can't see this because it's that quick. Gen 6 architecture comes in, CIG doesn't need any more crap. It's got it made. When Gen 6 comes in, everybody's going to be on Gen 5. Well, what will we get in Gen 6? The motherboard will be Gen 6. I'm almost sure, but that's the high end one, like the Z990. That will be Gen 6. The SSD will be Gen 6. The RAM won't be Gen 6. It'll have the capabilities on it, but because of RAM prices, they've held back. SSDs will be Gen 6. There was something else. Oh, as you already well know, they'll be giving me let's put it this way, like it says, if you've already got the Gen 5 stuff in there, you can just buy the motherboard. The processor, like I said, is going to be about 1,500 quid. Is it worth it? Well, remember in the olden days, with all them cores, you know what you're paying. I still haven't got my VR yet, and the Pico's sneaking in there. The Pico is definitely not what I want. XR has got 99% of what I want, but I can't buy it in this country because half the stuff isn't for the European. That's the problem. The warranty is the most important thing. It's like with the graphics cards. The graphics cards at the end of the day has to have a warranty on it, because if it pumps too much power out there, it burns out. And I know not to push my graphics card over a certain amount. As you can see, my graphics card is 450 watts. It can do a heck of a lot more, or things are going to start melting. At 700 frames per second, 1% low 500, but the native is down to 11 frames. Now who remembers when we didn't have these frame generation, struggling to get 10 frames per second was, you know what I mean? I would swear blind latencies in
Docking
here.
request approved.
But I've not done no research on that yet. So it seems like with the dynamic, it's holding up the maximum frames of 700. But the native is the one that's actually dropping, generating frames in between. So it seems like if it goes below a certain amount, you get the mirroring because there's no frames there. Basically, if you've got no frames, okay, it's like this mirror because it's generating frames. That's it's like fake frames, isn't it? So if it goes below a certain amount, it's not acceptable. But as long as it's got something to generate, it will work. So I've got 10 frames there coming up at the moment. It's got something to work with. But if it goes below 0, there's no frames. So dynamic depends on the maximum to the minimum. You've got to have frames. So if you can keep the smoothness, which I've got there, I'm generating frames. But remember, at the end of the day, my PC is so powerful, you believe what I'm not saying is true. 700 frames this can generate up to at the end of the day from 30 frames, 11 frames. So I mean, it's just ridiculous. And then the smoothing, I had problems with the shimmering. And you better believe it, I am keeping an eye on my graphics power. I don't want that touching 600. I've took the caps off. Dynamic seems like it's going to be the way to go. It's like an automatic. It did say that in the manuscript, Lossless scaling is like a manual car. You have to set things manually. Not afterburner. NVIDIA is like an automatic car. Okay, then that's what the dynamic is. It's dynamic at the end of the day. So now I've got dynamic, I've got DLAA for quality, I've got lossless scaling for maximum pushed back into the NVIDIA. And the frames at the moment, believe it or not, is 11 frames per second. Literally 11 frames. But it's generating 14 times that, and I wouldn't even say it's 14 times that, because 14 times that plus 6 times that, I've lost count. And remember, this is in 8K. So it's been nailed. And you know something? At the moment, I'm the only one that's doing this. It will catch on. Okay? If I find a way how to explain it. But what you see is literally proper 700 and odd frames per second on the 1% load, 300 hovering. Remember, it's all about the smoothness. You've got to have frames to generate this. I've still got 11 frames minimum.
Collision alert.
And I'm at Horizon. Look how smooth that is. There's still the mirroring effect on it, I can see it. But it's not bad. I just can't show. At the end of the day, the native is 11 frames. It's just dipped down to, that's the 1% low in its native. Okay? That's the best way to put it. And it's generating over 700 frames times by 600. I just got to find somewhere to write these numbers down.
Quantum fuel is at 100%. System off. Welcome to Rocket Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
If my SSD was slow, there's no way I could do this. No way on this earth. Because remember, the SSD has to feed the graphics card and the processor through the RAM. And the RAM at the moment is running at 9,200 mega transfer in Gear 4. It could not do it in Gear 2, even at a slower speed, because of the bandwidth. It's still holding at 700 frames per second. A lot of people's going to disagree with this, and I would disagree with it too. But what I'm seeing is what I'm not believing. You can't see it unless I was to, like I said, this is all live. This is in 8K at 700 frames per second. With all the generated frames injected into 15 frames native. You can see all the artifacts is coming in there now, but remember my PC is so fast, it's just unbelievable. It's just understanding the technology. I know what it's doing, but I can't find the words. But also remember, I'm also playing Death of a Spaceman. Okay? That means if I push my PC too high, I'm going to get technically 30k. That is things now loading in. You can see it, it's dropping. I've got my finger on the mouse, it's dropped down to 30 frames native. I mean, what do you call it? I can see it's acceptable, but it's horrible. So I have to sort something out with the mouse, because the mouse is now taking up the latency. It used to be the iGPU, because it was a different mode, but now it's the mouse, and that means it's definitely the mouse. The mouse needs resetting.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
So it looks like I can have my cake and eat it. And what I mean by that is,
Your vehicle has been moved to
I'm
a storage
playing in
facility.
8K. The sweet spot is 6K on this particular PC. Now, as you can see, all that stuttering you're getting in there, that's something to do with the resolutions of, well, like I said, when I come out of this mode, everything goes back to
Please
normal.
visit us again. Goodbye.
The native is now 16 frames. But what you're seeing is 720 in 8K. It is generating frames from the frame scale. If there's no frames, it cannot generate. It's called injecting frames, and then you've got the smoothing. Now, I don't know if dynamic is the same thing. They said it's not working. I just put mine on max. I actually turned off. Yes, put it this way, if you want to know the truth, I don't even think I need Reaver Tuner working. I don't even think I need Afterburner working. I'm going to turn it off. No, it's already activated. It means actually restarting everything. But guess what? Just for now, I'm going to turn it off. But it doesn't mean crap, because to do all this, I have to actually have to reboot the PC from scratch. I'm closing our Reaver Tuner now. What about Afterburner? I can't really say because you see Afterburner, but you see Afterburner Movie Tuner was loaded in before the game. When you're running Star Citizens, you have to have all these apps in beforehand, so the game can actually use the mechanics in those programs. But this is when I restart the PC. I'm not going to restart the PC now because it means restarting the streaming, and as we all know, I'm on all day and there's so many things they're doing, and restarting the stream is so many different peppers at the end of the day. That's not on. I can see the rain in the mirror effect. That's because I'm actually on native 15 frames per second. I can now see shimmering. But don't forget, believe it or not, CIG has got their own frame generation in the game, so it can actually, I'm not going to use the word fake frames, okay, because it's not the right word. It's generated images in between the first and the last. I've actually seen this about 2 years ago, but I didn't understand it. But now, with their frames being generated in between, basically you've got a slow PC, you've got slow internet, okay, and if it's not up to standard, CIG can generate the frames inside the frame to your PC, and that's why your PC's going ridiculous. And this is in 8K. Yeah, it's in 8K. If it's in yeah, this is in 8K. If I want it better, I could go 4K. I get more frames, but there's no way I'd be getting this quality. I want the quality. You need 60 frames minimum to be acceptable native. A lot of people, this means nothing. It does to me, but the way it's coming out, it's like I'm speaking in Chinese and you're trying to interpret it in double Dutch. Everybody's now freaked up. But the only thing that can translate this in an English is that you need an interpreter. The only interpreter I've got is my GTP chat. It will actually break it down. I won't tell it what to say. I will put what I've said, and I'll just say, put it in the grammar that is understandable, that can be read.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Now, I'm going to be loading up a frigging whole lot of entities now. CIG should not hold back. If these people want to play this game, I know CIG wants to make money, okay, but don't slow down technology. They won't lose.
Vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
It's only because the GPU
Please visit us again.
technology has just gone stupid. Gen 5 is the era for Star Citizens. Gen 6 will be able to play like a mainframe. It's all about the bandwidth now, because it's not about high processing power, okay? It's about efficiency, bandwidth, and don't forget, you can't afford to buy RAM of a ridiculous price, so it's down to the SSD. I've got 9 terabytes of SSD, but I won't count the other 3 because that's Gen 4. But I've got 3 SSDs in here in RAID 0 hardware RAID, Gen 5, 990 Pros. Okay, now RAID 0 hardware RAID. As you know, each SSD takes 4 lanes at 15,000 mega transfer, read and write on average. I've got 3 of them in RAID 0 hardware RAID. That's roughly about 45,000 mega transfer. Okay, but guess what? It's not 4 lanes. It's 8 lanes. Okay, please let's not go into if one drive fails, you lose the whole lot. Star Citizens, at the end of the day, you can download the game, reload the game, and you're back. Because remember, this is all stored on CIG's frame rate, so it's not really down. And every day, guess what? I lose a drive every bloody day, but I've got it set up in such a way it rebuilds itself, and I've only got the 3 drives working. You see all that there now? That's because there's not enough frames being generated, and that's why you've got all the mirroring fix, like it's raining at night when cars are shining its lights. That's horrible. And that's where direct memory access comes in. It's got it. I just have to move the screen a lot slower than normal. There's the bump access. That's because of the entities. If you notice how the frames have really dropped, that's because it was loading in. But it was that quick you didn't see it. It was downloading entities. need this. I don't need that because I've got one on the ship already. I need this. And I need this. And why do I need this? I don't really need that if I'm going to be using the reclaimer. Why? Because that I need it only for the repairs and whatnot. It don't need that for munching anymore. Because like I said, that was to get all the repair tools. I've got all the repair tools that I need. So I don't really need that because I've used the reclaimer, which is 10 times quicker, proven yesterday. This is the problem. Because this moves 16 SCU boxes. I don't need that. Why? Because the whole C can do the work. But the problem is, it's a 3-man team at the end of the day. And when it comes to a 3-man team, there's a lot of stress in between because I have trouble explaining things, and at the end of the day, I rub people the wrong way. And it's not meant into, well, the people that know me, they get it. I use the word people because it's not just about Yoza, okay? So just like I could miss, it's the guys in my org at the end of the day. They tolerate it. They don't have to, but they do. I think, come on, right? Well, you know where I'm coming from. I'm always putting my foot in my mouth. Wait, putting my foot in my, yeah, putting my foot in, yeah. Or should I say I'm always putting my mouth in my foot. That's how I usually speak. Hey, I'm starting to speak better actually. Well, as I was saying, that is the reclaimer. That is the whole C. Alright? I've proven one man can do it. Alright, because of persistence. But the time it takes is unbelievable. Now, because I've now got that, I need a ship to shoot down the enemies because, as you know, CIG's done all these armor things and whatnot. I've got the Aegis, I'm in the Aegis. But I need a specific gun, which I don't have, but Yoza has. Okay? Call it the rail gun. I call it the battery, but I call it the ghetto blaster. But because I haven't got that, and then I'm playing by myself most of the time, I don't mean in a bad way, I have to play with consistency. Because it's not easy calling Yoza in every fight, because remember, he's also Ivakati. Okay? So when Ivakati work needs to be done, that takes priority, because remember, he's there to help fix bugs. I'm not Ivakati anymore, so I'm now doing things for my PC specs, or my PC specs work. But if I need him and he's in Ivakati work, my work then stops. You see where I'm coming from? Okay. Little Miss at the end of the day, she's got her role play, she's also got a life at the end of the day, blah blah blah. At the end of the day, she's got my old PC. If I take my own PC and you put in a second character in it, she then gets wiped out. Because I understand the laptop, which can still play Star Citizen, is not adequate, because I know things about Star Citizen which I can't even try to explain. I won't even try. Okay? So that means that would wipe her out automatically. So I can't even use my old PC, which is adequate for this 10 times over. So you see, and because of that, the 3 people, 3 ships. 1 in the Icarus, 1 in the Reclaimer, and 1 in the whole sea. Okay. Right. What have the Missy's got? Yoza's got the Icarus. Okay. So then that leaves me and Little Miss. She would have to take the whole sea, because she's got the credits to buy that in game. I would have to take the Reclaimer because of the experience I've got if we want to speed things up. But the problem is, I don't trust Little Miss with 5 billion credits in the whole scene going through the wormhole. Because she doesn't practice, she's not patient. And to her it's just a game. I don't mean that in a bad way, okay? It's just the way I speak at the end of the day, yeah, I mean. It's only important when it comes down to her. We're all selfish like that, including me. I'm not selfish, but I just got to make it sound like it's not all about me. But you see where I'm coming from? The game, this Star Citizen is about team effort. But the mechanics are not there. So we have to play with a group. But NPCs and AIs will be in game. Okay? And this will benefit CIG. They've got no choice. They've said things in the past which I don't agree with, because they're also cutting their nose off to spite the face. And if you can cut the nose off with no face, it's not going to look any, well, you know where I'm coming from. So basically, at the end of the day, if they don't bring the NPCs will never be as good as a human player. It won't be. I think, because remember, we work and we act on the fly. They will have to bring the NPCs in. They have no choice. Remember, before we had multiplayer games, alright? Before we had multiplayer games, okay, it was NPCs we had to use. Remember, Star Trek Online, all them games, they were all single player games. Yeah, they were multiplayer, but it wasn't multiplayer games. Anyway, let's move on from there. Let's look at this. Imagine this is the whole B. This is the whole B, alright? They will be using 32 containers, okay, and they'll have four of them on each spindle, and that means they'll have 16 spindles. Now, the spindles will be the same as this X-wing, all right? This is X-wing, but it's just call this X-wings. End of story, because it's got. I tell you what, I'm going to take off the ship anyway. Remember, I am in 8K, and if you get this mirroring raining effect, it's not raining effect, it's how to explain it. Well, artifact, it is actually doing 16 frames. You're seeing 18, you're seeing 700. Okay, a ridiculous 450 frames. Okay, this is an X-wing effect. Okay, that's what the whole B will be like. 4 up here, 4 down there, and 4 on the other side. That is technically an X-wing, but the difference between this, remember, these are only 4 SCU boxes. Chicago. Somebody's half in Chicago. Oh, okay. I'm only going to get one, alright? So you're going to have to use your imagination. Now remember, I do a lot of theory crafting, okay? So it's not what I've seen CIG done, okay? Now you see what I'm getting there? That is because of the frame generated. That is not normal. I have to reduce. Oh, where'd it go? That's desync. I have to get another one. I have to drop the frames because if that's desync, that's definitely desync. That will not steady. That is definitely desync. What that means is, well, let me just try and sort it out. I'm going to increase the frame rates now, okay? That's the native. First. Times that by 4. So 12 should be 40, should be 60. 2, 4, yeah, look about 60. See, I have to do mental arithmetic, you see. I also have to take down the frame generation too, alright? Oh, I don't need to. Yes I do. It's not as bad now. That is desync, okay? I have to take down the frame generation. I'm still holding at 700 frames, but it's too high. That's at 20. I'll do it in the loss of scaling. Down to 120. No, 320 first. 360. But as you can see, you've got none of that swinging about. That is desync. Okay, it's a bit there. I'm going to turn it down even more. Because I forgot, you've also got the frame gen in the NVIDIA app. So I'm going to do 1-to-1 so it's natural in the NVIDIA. I know it sounds a bit preposterous because it's still new tech that is not explained properly. Right. Okay. It's not as bad. Right. That is one SCU box. Okay. So that, as you already, I'm gonna have trouble explaining this, so please bear with me, okay? That is one SCU box. Okay? And to fill that out, it will be 16 SCU box. But 16 SCU box, there it is. We'll come up to there. Can you see where I'm coming from? Alright. Now remember, so 16 SCU boxes, we'll fill that out there, as you already well know, up to there. Now remember, the Star Citizen's standard SCU boxes is 32. So it would be twice the length, and twice the length is here. So you can guarantee it's going to go by, each one of these boxes is 1 meter, it's 1.25, but just like you said, just say 1 meter, okay? But actually 18 meters, 8 meters actually would be 6 meters actually, extra, it would actually grow, okay? It will come to there. That is what it would grow to, alright? On 32 SCU boxes. But don't think it's going to have right up to there what they said. No, their numbers won't work. The boxes, imagine, I don't want to go get all my boxes out. Okay, this is not, yeah, get the bigger boxes out. Because some people are not as smart as me. I just have trouble explaining things, okay? There is a lot to explain. Remember, I haven't got the whole C, so I've got to replicate it. That's in the height, the length, the box is the whole bloody lot. Alright, okay, whoa. Alright, okay. This, forget about those boxes there. I'm going to have trouble explaining this, but I'm going to try my best. 16 SCU boxes fills that, okay? 30 SCU boxes is the same up to there, but it comes to about there, okay? That is 30 SCU boxes. On each one of these spindles they'll have 4, okay? 4 30 SCU boxes. The length will not come past that length, okay? It won't, but it will expand out here. So basically you'll have 4 of these, okay, and it'll come out to about there, alright, as you can see. And with that you'll also have the extra length there too at the same time, so it comes down lower. So that's 430 SCU boxes that will come from here right out to about there. That is an extra 4 meters in length, because remember we've also got the other side too. Alright, so it's times 2. So that's extra 4 meters in length, width actually. I'm not talking the ship now, okay? Okay, I'm not talking the ship. It will be a bit longer and it'll be a bit wider because it's got to compensate the weight. But I'm giving you a basics. And an extra 8 meters, 9 meters in length. Okay? So that means it will be about here in length. Okay? Argument point, it'll be about there. So this ship can fit 2 of these in here at the end of the day. I should have actually put this in the middle. Okay? So it will take up the whole length. Now the question is the height. So basically we talk about X-wing. Okay, this is technically an X-wing, X configuration, not the plus. Okay, but the reason why they said plus because it's going to come below the length of the wheels. The wheels will be a lot lower, higher actually, you know what I mean? So it's got some more weight. And it's the same with the height, okay? That's 17 meters in height. How high is this? I'm not too sure, I've not measured that yet. But it should be able to fit in here with the height. It don't look like it will, no. 1 meter on the bottom, okay, and 2 meters on the top. That's 11 meters. That's 8 meters. That's 14 meters. They said 17 meters. I don't know the height of the door actually. And to compensate for that, they have to put bigger legs on that. So it's going to be 2 more meters off the floor. 1 more meter off the floor. It's actually 2 actually, because they need clearance. 2 meters off the floor. 3 meters off the floor. They need the meter clearance. 3 meters off the floor. 2 meters to compensate for the box and 1 meter for the legs. So those legs will be very well tall. 3 meters off the floor. And 2 meters on the top. That's 5 meters. So 5 meters on top of 11 is 700 meters, 17 meters. I don't know the height of the this actually. I've got to get up a ship to get the height. It might just fit actually. It did say in the manual it will fit on the height. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is at the end of the day, okay, on the X-Wing format, you'll have 4 32 SU boxes here, okay. This will have to go at the bottom by at least 3 meters, okay. 2 meters for those extra and a meter extra for the floor, okay. And there you need 2 meters extra on the top, okay. That's an extra 5 meters in total, and then you've got your X-wing. Then you've got the spindle. I don't think they can walk through the back of the ship to the front. It's a 2-man with extra beds and whatnot. Okay. Now the length will be an extra 6 meters minimum on the length. Okay, which you've just ascertained. That will come from about here to about here. Okay. Now that was guaranteed you should be able to get at least 2 of these in the Icarus. That's an extra 1,000 meters. Now I'm not going to push. Yeah, it should be able to fit 4, 2, 1 here. I should measure it properly actually, and 1 on that side. So 4 of those at 5. That's an extra 2,000 cargo units. 512, 512, 2,060 odd. Just under 2,050. On top of the 1,500 it's got storage. That's about the same size as the whole city though. Wow. I wish. This is going to make the whole city redundant. No, the reason I'm saying is because if these can take the 32 SCU boxes and they can fly them in there, I don't know how the hell they're going to get through this door. Not with that. I don't know. So it's 3 meters on the bottom, 2 meters on the top. I don't think it's gonna do it. That's 5 meters, 16. But they said this is 17 meters in height. I've not. No, I know where I was comparing. I was comparing it to the Mirai Fury. The Mirai, not the Mirai Fury. The Mirai Guardian is 17 meters. That's what can fit in here. All right, we got you. If the Fury can fit in here, sorry, not the Fury, the Guardian. There's 2 sizes actually, the Guardian. See, I just think, I know the gameplay that I'm doing. Ah, yeah, one more thing before I leave here. Each 32 containers is 17 tons. Alright? Weights in the game. 4 times 17 tons is about 70. See, I got to do mental arithmetic, so I'm just going to guess. We know it's more, less than. It's 80 tons. Okay? And it's 4 times that. 160 tons on one side, and you got 4 times on top of that. That's nearly 1,000 tons. The ship will topple over. Alright? The ship needs stable, because remember, we talk about the center of the gravity, not the center of gravity in height, the center of gravity in width. Okay? The legs are underneath the ship itself. Okay? And the cargo is extending right out here. The ship will topple. They need stabilizers on the engines when it's extended. Okay? Just so it doesn't flip. It doesn't have to be strong, because the weight is on those at the end of the day. The stabilizers is not to hold the weight, it's to balance it. They'll need 2 on the engines here, 1 stabilizer here, 1 on the other side, and 2 on the front. And also, like on the jeeps in real life, they know the jeeps in real life, they get stuck in sand. They need winches. Now they've got the winches on these ships, but on these ones, with the you know, the tractor beam, those are our winches. Okay, to pull them out of ditches, because when these ships topple over, there's no way to get them back back to level again. So they need the winches. But the question is, do I need this? I did need this. Okay, but the crafting machine in the P2 didn't fit. Now you'd have noticed I'm in 4K. Okay? You have noticed the frames per second is 120 frames per second. Why? Because it was causing desync. That's not the fault of the program, and it's not the fault of CIG. It's the fault the hardware cannot go that high. And I've seen streamers in Star Citizen saying it's down to CIG. It is not. Okay? The hardware is not powerful enough, which I've just showed you. I had to come down to baby level. My PC is very powerful, so it can show things which is not normal. And I've just showed you how desync was just created. Desync can mean a heck of a lot of things if you understand it. I just haven't explained it properly. But I gave you an idea about desync because of the bandwidth. Okay? There wasn't enough bandwidth with the power of my PC to control the desync. That's not down to CIG. That's not down to loss of scaling. That is not down to anything like that. That is down to the hardware and the limitations of my PC. Okay? At the moment, the native on my PC is 30 frames. Okay? I'm in 4K. You guys are just coming to 4K right now. Okay, you cannot see it at the end of the day. You see the 1% load at 60. It's not. It is 30. I'm going to bring it even lower. gonna mess my PC up this. Super ultra wide. This is the Pimax range now, okay? Don't worry, I'm just reading the numbers. GPU down to 40%. The native is still very low. Oh, it's smoothing. Look at the GPU. It's only using 30% of the GPU in 4K. But there's something wrong with it dynamic. And that could have only been created by the NVIDIA app loading in. Oh, it's in DLA, that's what it is. Well, the cuts are very sharp. I really don't like this mode. Every time I go into this mode, I always have to alter the field of view. That's better. That's more realistic. Basically, it stretches the side, you see. me 380 was its best for this type of format. 360, sorry. To 240. Now let's try the 480. Let's try the boxes. Still shimmering. That's desync. That's the problem Little Miss had that day. Now, let's create that desync again to 800, 360, double 360, 720, 720. Now, I've got to go to 4K for this. Right, 720, 80. Let's see if we create anything. That's tolerable. See it coming through, okay. Now let's go 8K. It's gonna go weird. Wow, that's big. See? That is definitely desync. So as you can see, it is not the fault of the program. It's the hardware cannot go that high. Now I'm going to drop it to 120. That's a 1-to-1 of 6th gen. 120. It might have to go to 60 actually. We'll do 120 first. worked on the jitter. Now let's go to 60. We're going to reverse it now. I've never done a reverse before. 60. But when I say reverse, I am actually doing now lower than my monitor. The monitor 120, and I do 60. Now do 30. Remember, I've got frame gen and I've also got loss of scaling. Sorry, I've got NVIDIA working and frame gen. So I'm now doing it 75% less. That should put it back onto 1:1. No, it hasn't. But it's a heck of a lot more stable. The 1% low is 30. Okay, now let's go 6K. It don't like it. 6K. Okay, now 3 times that 360. Can't do it. Alright, let's fine tune it at 480 and try and get back the 8K. to do 8K this resolution. And I intend to talk rubbish. What resolution is that in? 8K. Oh boy, something about the yawn, I'm just waking up. That is a hardware limitation, that's not software. That's down to bandwidth. That is not down to the programmers at the end of the day. Okay? I'm trying to fit 1,000 litres into a 1 pint pot or into a 1 litre jug. It won't work. Okay? And because of that, I'm focusing so much down the bandwidth, it's causing jitters. Jitters cause latency because it's got to overcorrect itself. That's why that's doing that. It's overcorrecting itself. Do I need this? Yes, I do. But if I'm going to use the whole A and the reclaim, I don't need this. 1 minute. I'm going to go. Actually, I should eat breakfast, so I'm not going to get time today. I can see. So I'm going to take half an hour out. Okay. I'm going to have my breakfast, so I should be back here in half an hour. I'm not going to switch off. Okay, I am back. But I've only just made the breakfast. What I need 10 to 15 minutes to eat it. Okay? And I did say I want to be back here before 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I'm gonna have indigestion. But no, you're gonna have to give me the 15 minutes on top of this. Because the next role I'm going to be doing is actually going to be salvaging. And it's gonna be an impossible role with one person doing it. So please bear with me, let me feed your face. I've not been able to feed my face for 3 days because I've had the grandchildren round. Daughter's been having babies left, right and centre. I'm on now social media looking like a worn out prick. And everybody sat down there laughing at me. But anyway, it's all fun. But I'm still working on this shimmering and all these new graphics with NVIDIA. There's a heck of a lot to do with NVIDIA. And as some of the streamers have said, it's not quite there yet. Because I'm still using loss of scaling to fill in the gaps. And one thing I've learned about is desync today and shimmering, no, desync. I can only see that with the tractor beam. But remember, I'm playing in 8K. And to most people, you think, well, it doesn't matter because I don't got 8K. It does matter, okay? Because what is you see is amplified on mine, and what that means is server performance. Stress on your PC, which you don't see, and that comes down to bandwidth. So it has to be narrowed right down to zero tolerance. I was told not, my GPT told me not to go over 330 frames per second generating with the setup that I had. It told me to do everything in 6K with the setup I had. And a lot more other things. It makes sense. Not that my PC can't do it, it's got to have redundancy. And why? Because if it's not taken from the RAM, which is memory, is taken from the GPU, which is memory, which is taken from the SSD, which is also a memory. Okay? Paging file, memory. All of these things you got to take from one place or the other. And to do that, you need bandwidth. And with the bandwidth, you need redundancy. What resolution am I in? Am I in 8K or 4K? It says it wants 6K and I'm still pushing 8K. I can't be told, can I? Why is 8K so important to me? I've got a big frick-off monitor in front of me, life size. 4 times the size of a 32K monitor when it's expanded. Okay. HDR is a color palette that also has another impact onto your health. It does. I've covered this topic so many times in the past. Repeat again, it's like scratch record. But I am not going to make myself ill like other content creators that are doing this. This takes years of experience to be able to do this 24/7. I had that experience right back in the day when I started my own business, which was a one-man wrecking crew running a taxi company. No, I didn't have a taxi company where it was just me doing it myself. I had people working for me, but when I started off, there was nobody there. And I had to start off from somewhere until I got people in. And when it comes to taxi business, people weren't going to leave their company to come and work for your company. If they can get £50 an hour and £50 a day in their company, why should they leave their company to come and work for you to help you build up? That ain't gonna happen. You have to offer them something. Was I could have opened a company 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, couldn't do it. Impossible. So how did they do it? How did they do it? I started off 7 days a week, starting at 8 o'clock and finishing at 6 o'clock every night. The normal 9 till 5 work, like what everybody do, and I brought in enough work for one person. When I brought that work in for one person, I then had the rest, and he had that work. That was guaranteed him £100 a day. Alright? Yeah. That still did not bring people into the company because they was not leaving their secure job for even that because it wasn't secured. What that meant was, if that guy wanted a half an hour's rest, go toilet or whatnot, he couldn't go because that means somebody would have to be there to fill in the work. I needed rest. I got smart. At that time, because of the legality, I brought pirates into the company. Yeah, you heard right, pirates. But with conditions. They had to have their badges within 2 weeks. I trained them up for them, but yeah, you heard right. Trained them up for the taxi badges. Okay. I made them help me canvas. I made them come in at certain times of the day. They couldn't turn around and say no because they didn't have jobs or whatnot. So they couldn't come tell me whatnot because remember, they was on £100 a day. These were pirates. Alright? Now because they got used to my way, they didn't leave. They could work for no company, but it was only £50 a day. They wasn't leaving it because they understood how to work, what they call it. That gave me time, that gave me rest. And because I needed to be working, canvassing, for every 100-person canvas cards I gave out, that gave me 10 customers a day guaranteed. Yeah, you heard right. Until there was enough for two people, and then there was enough for 4 people. That was a stabilized crew at the end of the day. That gave me more rest because then they could take time out. They were getting their badges. Okay? Then I had to get 16 drivers working in the daytime. As you can see, that meant more canvassing. Gave them rest. Then within 2 months, I had the night shift opened up. A crew of 4, we called them the 18. They made money because they were charging extra time because the road was empty and in a dangerous area. And that's how they made the money. The staff came in and so on. And then when that happened, people started to hear Sims cars, it was called. The drivers there are making £100 a day. They were. But there was a strict routine. But I would not take in other company drivers because they were set in their ways, wanting to do things the way they were. I would not let them in my company. Straight out, would not let them in. I took my drivers off the street. They had their badges and they would work. And then from there on, some drivers didn't have cars. Like you might have heard me say in the past, I bought cars in. I bought bangers for £100. I think I said it a couple of times from the auctions. Fixed them, but they buy brand spanking new cars. You know what I mean? They were stupid. But I really fixed them up, got them through the place of the MOT and I gave them to the drivers. Yeah, £200 a week they were paid. And there were 3 drivers in their car 8 hours a day. They were still coming home with a decent packet, and one car would bring me £600 a week. I had 4 cars. £600 times 4, that's 2,400 a week on what 4 cars of a team. Yeah, that's what you call number crunching. That gave me time to rest. This went on for about a good number of years. Then I realised I'm going to be stuck in a dungeon hole for the rest of my life, not seeing the light of day, not getting on with life. I shut down my business at the age of 40, not been back to work since. Yes, a lot of stress, breakdowns and all them kind of things. Doing too much. Foxy Loxy, you heard what he said, same thing. It was called patience. But one thing I learned is when they had these breakdowns, yeah, my family would take over, but they couldn't run it like me. You know what I mean? Because they, remember, the staff needed reassurance at the end of the day, so I had to be there. But one thing I'd learned, alright, because it was established, if I'd shut down for a week, shut down for 6 months or whatever, when I went back there, because they knew of me, the customers weren't back there because word traveled like nobody's business. Yeah. But one thing is, when you're working so hard, the first thing you turn around and say is, you want to leave. You don't need to leave. You just need rest. You call it sick pay. You will always be there. This was 25 years ago. And I've not never needed money since because I learned how to spend money in a different way. But Star Citizens is not your company. You're helping somebody else reach where they want. You will get no thanks for it. And it's not CIG at the end of the day. It's people who want to get there. They will cut your throat so they can get recognition. It's dog eat dog out there. You have to have a backup plan. Look at CIG. If they were smart, look how much money they're working. Do you know something? They don't need to pay out wages. Did you know that? Serious to God, they don't need to pay wages. Think of how much millions they have made. They could have stuck that in the bank. Okay? And the interest that was coming from those monies could have paid staff wages to what they've got there now, and their capital would have still built up because they don't understand the monopoly of money. It's bad now because recession rate is between 2 and 4%. Alright? But I'm not going to go into all that rubbish. I think that what I'm trying to say, if CIG was smart, look how much millions they've got. Okay? How much would they need to pay an average wage and still capitalize and still bring in money at the same time each year? They don't know how to make money. They don't know how to count. It's all learned behavior. When I came into Star Citizens, the game cost me nothing. How much did I spend this game? Over 50,000. And it cost me a penny. I didn't go out there and work. I just used the interest on the monies to pay things. Didn't borrow nothing from nobody, didn't need to. And just in case you don't know it, we are now, because of the technology and the computer industry, we're going into recession again. But this time, because the system's smarter, the system will inject money into the banking system so it don't go below a certain rate, because that will also involve crime. And where do you notice this first? Food. My food is free. Don't pay for my food. The interest pays for my food. It's all a monopoly. Well, this is a hobby. This is what I like to do. This is what I want to do. I want to play games. I want to enjoy the things I've missed out over life, but I'm not working. Don't need to. So I don't need people telling me how to suck eggs. And I've got one of the most powerful PC out there, which you will not believe. And it's not about bragging rights. What I'm trying to say to you, it works. And I'm so proud to have a PC like this and to be streaming. But you want to know what makes me so proud? I've got grandchildren. And it's not about me at the end of the day having grandchildren. It's about the kids, because I brought them properly. They've included me in their lives and they want me in their lives because I never let them down once. I got 3 beautiful grandchildren. They actually spent a couple of days with me while the mother was in hospital having their 3rd child. Oh my word, I could have hanged the little buggers. But you know something? Silly granddad, they were scratching me up, they were plucking out my eyeballs, biting me, looking at me and laughing. Gosh, when it came to bedtime, they were in my bed sleeping. They didn't want to sleep alone. They didn't even miss their mothers at all. Taught them lots of new things. And that's because they allowed me in their life. It's not me wanting them in life, it was the other way around. Because they got over the crazy hype and people trying to control things and putting bad things into heads. Long story. That is why life is worth living. And to be able to share stories like that isn't easy. Because I'm not an easy person to get on with. I don't trust no fucker. I really don't. Sorry. But I'm not going to go out there and abuse them and whatnot. It doesn't work that way. Anybody does something for me, I give thanks. And I give respect. But it doesn't mean I'm going to give you my life. Doesn't work that. It's all about survival. And it's about trust and respect. And I'm 75 years of age now, and I'm going to enjoy every piece of it. And this is what I want to do, sit down and play Star Citizens. And the greatest ambition of all is watching my kids come in, they take over from me. Yes, there's a lot of money spent in this game. A lot. But CIG's got some stupid policies. You can't pass these down as inheritance. Who's going to spend 40, 50,000 on Pixel, and the day it goes to them and whatnot? It don't work that way. You have to keep money in the bank so your kids can get it. And that's the reason why all my ships, or 90% of them, is giftable. I didn't buy my ships to sell them, I bought them to pass on. Anyway, That's my life story. So I make my breakfast at the same time, you see. So it's not easy playing the game and talking about the game at the same time. But I will tell you one thing, I'm really enjoying this breakfast. What I'm trying to do at the moment, I'm trying to get rid of the fire extinguisher in the car. Aye. Don't lose my gun. Aye. R. I. That's better, got it now. Where is it? to eat my breakfast and I'm enjoying it. And the problem is, the next road that I'm going to be doing is impossible. Is it doable? Yes, it is. Why is it impossible? It's going to take more than 3 hours. And it means we're using 3 ships with 3 individual people, but I got to do it by myself. And I could be called out at any time. And what to make it worse, I'm doing permanent death. I don't think I need this ship. But the reason I don't need this ship because I'm going to be using the whole sea. And I don't know the whole sea's role. I don't know this ship. I know this ship. I want to use the reclaimer. But because these are independent ships that can't be stored on the ship, you have to have individual people find these ships. And that's what makes it impossible. Why is it possible? Because persistence is in the game. That means if I have to log out at any one time, I can get back into the server. But I learned something else. I cannot use the hot fixes or any channel like that. I have to stay in the normal live channel. We've got the hot fix on right now. I can't go near it. Why? Because that has its own shroud. And that's the problem. Now, I need to go to CRUL1 and I need to get my crafting material. It will not work on the...
Welcome to the ASOP
Ships.
Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
And that ship should be on the reclaimer actually, you know. them up in a transporter. I can pick them up in the Mercury Star Runner. Don't want the Caterpillar. Sorry, guys, it's only too or the Hercules. I will pick it up in my Mercury. Then fly right back here. Oh, by the way, I need some 16 SEU boxes. That's another role I need to show you. With one 8 SEU box, I can turn a 8 SEU box into over 64 SEU boxes for storage. Which will be needed for crafting. So let's get the Mercury.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
That was a nice breakfast. Whoa, that is one beautiful ship. This will always be my favorite ship. Always. This and the F8 Lightning. When they made this ship grow in size, I was not happy. Just like the Aurora. Yeah, progress at the end of the day. But like I says, when they grow the ships, I understand the logic behind it. Yes, I do. But when I buy these ships for a reason. Okay? If it fits, it sits. This cannot fit in any of my ships that I have now. Yeah, of course it can. It can fit on that. It can fit on the Kraken. But it's not safe. If and only if when the destroyer, the battle cruiser comes out, if it's anything like the other big cruisers that got out, this might fit in the hangar. Might. This ship I will never get rid of. But I said that about the 600i, but no. Because of CIG's policies at the end of the day, I lost that ship. don't like the 890 John. That is me, okay? And yes, bigger is better, but like I says, there's things on the 600i I've always liked from the beginning. That was actually supposed to be one of the first modular ships that came out. Yeah, it was. But somehow, over the years, people forgot the concept of it. So it died. But it hasn't died. It will come back and it is a modular ship. But with the new concept coming out now, I don't know what the hell will happen to that ship. But I will not be spending another £600 on that ship for CIG to tell me without no compromise that one is dead. This ship, the F8 Lightning exec, that's not the only ships, okay? But my true capital ship, I don't think will ever materialize. I've got nearly every capital ship in the game. I haven't got the Aegis because I won't buy it. And it's not that I can't afford it, it's because it's got one thing I want which it will never give me. And that's the armour. I want the heavy armour on that ship, on the Aegis. If I was able to get the heavy armour on that ship, I'd buy it within a heartbeat. The money would hold me back. Because it's the only big ship out there, fully loaded, that can fly the verse, do combat, apart from Richmond that is, and you can survive. The Carrack and all them other ships have all got their own specific role plays, which was heavily thought of before I bought it. All the small ships you see I've got in the game right now, I don't need them. But CIG's changed things now. I can't get to test them in the proper way. So I can't be buying any more ships like that now, unless they're over £1,000 to get LTI. The battle cruiser I want. One, because you'll have heavy armour. Two, it should be able to store big ships in there, base hallway base, and no, you're not going to be able to blow it up just like that. I've not got any food. What happened there? This shit. I think it's about, you see, I got the javelin. Wait, am I speaking to Mike here? I got the javelin, alright? The only reason I got the javelin is because it's strong. You can't build up overnight. So I'm safe in that shit. And the second reason, it's also modular. Because it can't do everything that I want it to do. Why do I like the Mercury? When this ship came out, I got some flack on this ship. You remember the cargo it was supposed to store? Why is it storing this cargo it's stored now? I didn't have nothing to do with it. I didn't turn around and say you'll be smuggling cargo or drugs. I said you'll be smuggling people. And guess what? Decent sized cargo bay. I got nothing to do with it. Right there, smuggling bay, and that's where you'll be smuggling people. And little miss, she's a mutant, store a medical bed in there because she changes every 24 hours, 74 hours into a mutant Banu. Okay, Jeffers tube. I had nothing to do with this. When they made it in, I had to use the Starfarer to give them an idea. But one thing, oh gosh, they've even got the fuses in here now. Alright, well I'm going to go one step further. Oh, they made these so you can actually walk in here now. I've been here for ages. Oh, they have been busy. These components should be in here. And when they want to change them or whatever, they drop them through the belly of the ship. Alright? They should not be out here. They are not needed. And secondly, they're all crying it needs another door. It doesn't need it. If you understand the ship, this is all the access you need. Why? Because when these pirates break into your ship, they got too many ways of breaking in. Okay? But they don't know your ship. And you can control these ships so they can't get onto your ship through the doors and access and whatnot. They're coming through this door. You blow this tube, suffocate it, and go out into space. There's so many things. Basically, I must be the only one in Star Systems that say they don't need an extra door. And I know CIG, they're going to listen to the public. And that's when this ship will lose its functionality. Alright? It doesn't need another door. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't need another door. Okay? The Jeffers tubes are the doors. Alright? These are not needed in here. Alright? The Jeffers tubes is where they do the repairs, life support and all them things. This is what this is for. Okay, it's like a maze. I've not been there for years. This is a one brilliant ship. It's got so much role play, potential drug smuggling, alright? And I don't mean drug smuggling, smuggling people. And I'm not releasing any more secrets in this ship. It's got so much, it's gonna get messed up. CIG will put another door in it, but trust me, if I was to tell them right now, it doesn't need another door. You're kicking off. Why is nobody not kicking off and you're roaring? It's only got one door. See where I'm coming from? This doesn't need another door. All these here are holes. These can drop down the components inside the ships to the outside. What it wants is a rework. Put all the components in here. So there's a use for the Jeffers tube, not from going smuggling or shooting people, but this is its own engine bay. You see where I'm coming from? This can be used for something else more constructive. Take out the components out of here and stick them in here. They can be repaired in here, okay? And to take them out, because they're size 3s and size 2s, they drop through the belly of the ship. The belly of the ship is underneath here. It's like me going in a lorry when they're working the car to put it up on a ramp and the things drop out with the belly of the ship. So much wasted potential. Have the components in the Jeffers tubes. That's what it's there for. Okay? It's like its own little engine room. Got the cargo here. They've got the smuggling bay here. Alright? They've now got this room for another access room. Whatever. It could be a computer room. I don't know. Here, take these out. Okay? And stick them in the bonnet. In the engine compartment. Right here. Seriously, think about it. But now when they say it needs to be done, it does not. Why? But when you've got this, you can control who comes in, as long as you can make sure they can't get in or out. Because here, I've not even seen this yet, but I already know what I would do when I get time. Give you an idea. Where's the doors? All these can be controlled. So life support. I don't know nothing about the ship, mind you. Tell me now. But I've got a general rooms. No, the exit doors here. Right. These doors can be blocked. Yeah, there are ways. There's no way they're getting to that door there now. And then you've got life support. You can suck out the air. Okay? But if you've got more than one door, you can't control them. And the good thing is, because these doors open, anybody's in here, they can see where the prisoners, the pirates are, because the doors have to open. Oh, they say, oh, he's in, he's making his way towards the, what's this place called again? The bunk beds. Okay, close the door behind him and you can trap them in there. Alright, they can be trapped, the pirates can be trapped on the ship. And when you trap them, they have to find their way out. They can't blow the ship with so much gelignite, because if they do, they will kill themselves. Alright? But when you've got too many doors, you're not making it easier for yourself, you're making it easier for them. As long as you got the engine room and they can't get into the engine room, move the engine room or the engine thing somewhere else so they can't get there so easy. Easy. They don't need another fire escape. I've not been there for years. I'm gonna have fun with this. But it's a long way off. To prove it, I want to go in there right. Oh, okay. I don't know what door I opened or closed. Oh, it's locked. I locked it. Well, as you can see, I could have that door closed. You could not get in or out. Now, that now comes down to smuggling. If a pirate comes in here, he's going to have to close the door. Alright? I've not got drugs in here. I got human. I'm going to be smuggling humans. Okay? They will pay more than drugs. Okay? Let's fix it. I'm not going to be playing all the doors to show you all the potentials. I'm just giving you an idea. There's no way now he's getting in there. He's going to have to find another way in. Okay? He's blown that door. Okay? He wants to get there. He can't get there because how is he going to blow that door to climb up? He needs to get into the engine room if he wants control. And then he's going to have to access there and whatnot and so on. By the time he gets in here, okay, you're going to be here with whatever weapon you've got and you're going to left a grenade in his backside and you're going to shut this door, you're going to run off and come through the other way. A pirate does not know the layout of your ship or the traps you set. All you're doing is giving him more doors, more access. There's no way he's going to access that door unless he shoots that. Oh, wait a minute. Please don't tell me I've lost my right. Door can be shut open. Oh, it can. I know it can be shut open. I've not done it. It's an oversight. It's a door. If that door can't be shut open, And that means that door can't be shot open when it's locked. That means the only access they've got is this. And if that door's locked, that can't be shot open either. They're only getting in through here. But I know CIG, that has to be a bug. Well, you know something? I really don't have the time to be testing that, but that's on my radar. That is definitely on my radar. But I'll tell you now, all ships are supposed to be broken into. That is a bug. Nobody knows that yet. Why do I keep finding out these stupid bugs, man? Let me just check. There's no damages. Whoops. This ship has got some hidden secrets. Anyway, I don't have time to be working on that one. Okay, but like I said, this ship does not need another door. CIG, I know you're not listening, alright? But if you are, that was unique of this ship, does a heck of a new thing. The only thing I would say is move these in there. And if you want a computer room, put the computer room down here. If you want to do that. And the reason why I say put the computer room down here, this is big this shit. I think it's stupid having these as computers. I think it's a bit silly. It's out in the open. Turn that into a toilet. Why? This is a bedroom. I know you got these in here. These are just thrown in at the last minute. Nah. Don't want smells or whatnot. It doesn't fit. And it's not enough space. People like to have proper showers sometimes. It's not a military ship as such. There is some humane. I'll open this. A heck of a long time. See? Just thrown in. It's not a cruise ship. Got the bedrooms. They got your workrooms and the offices. Okay? take those out. Put the toilets. I've always said that. Well, I showed you made a computer room, put the toilets there. They'll never see this. I need food. So where are the light switches? Okay. Move the damn computer room. Remember, in the early plans, these weren't supposed to be here. These were just thrown in so they didn't have any to kill space. Computer room. Gun closets. End of story. It's going to be another year before I get in here. And when I do get in here, I think I will put it in Spectrum. Well, like I say, it's not worth it. Because the guys that are trolling this ship at the moment, they don't understand certain things. Kill me bloody ship. I remember when Little Mace and Doc that were in that ship and we put a couple of guns in there, they broke. Didn't know about wear and tear. They never went back in the ship again. It was weeks before I found out that it wasn't that they were broken, they needed to be reloaded. I want to fly the ship, you know, but it's not in the role play.
As part of our ongoing Crusader Cares program to improve the lives of everyone on Earth, Crusader Industries will be donating 10% of all spaceport funds to Steve Action. Together, we're making a difference. Hi.
What do you mean by hey? I thought it was self-service.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
How's it going?
I just need a drink, love.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Why would you ever rather have it than anyone else? Please, sir, stay a while.
Passengers on flight
Hello.
L43-S90-3 are now boarding the full cabin. All remaining passengers on flight L43-S90-3
You alright?
Good purchase.
please report to gate G7. Finalize.
Hi.
One craft, ignition. Crusader Industries proudly presents the Hercules, our standard-setting all-purpose tactical starfighter jet. Airborne assaults to supply drops, the Hercules excels.
Been looking into getting one of those sight adjusters that automatically compensate.
Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Ready to reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest.
Well, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to fly around Orison before I fly off, okay? Engines on.
Crusader Industries, a journey breathtaking. Systems on.
Ooh. This ship needs an overhaul. Oopsie daisies. Cooling's not bad. Radar's okay. Okay. I'm not too impressed on the guns, but It's workable. I'll tell you the reasons why. The coolers. We've got redundancy in the coolers. And all this needs size 3 shields. I would stick military, no, civilian. I'll tell you the reasons why. Fast recharge, low emissions, stealth.
Launch complete. Landing complete.
Let's see what holes are shot in the ship. Well, you see, I shot the ship before, shot it to bits. Didn't I give this ship a name? I'm sure I did. Or is it one that hid the name somewhere? I think I called this ship Flash. Yeah, there it is, right there, Flash. Oh, come on, CIG. Give me ship a name, please. Can you see it? Right there. Flash. I told you I wasn't going to get rid of this ship. It's got its legs out. Every ship flies different. I'm going to do a loop-de-loop. Flies like a pregnant duck. Remember, I've still got my role play, but I'm not going to be in this ship for another couple of years. So just let me enjoy my 5 minutes. it's not. It's like it's floating on jelly because it's not responsive. But it's not as big, so it's not as heavy. So sooner or later, you know it's going to do something, but it takes his little while before it makes it his mind up. I tell you how bad it is. I don't suffer from motion sickness, but because it takes too long, the brain knows it's supposed to be doing something, and it's not doing it. See? Well, remember, all my settings are set for capital ships, you see. There's a nice ship. Oh yes, and the other ship is my EMP Saber Ravens. I got 2 of them. Oh, it's got a decent sized afterburner on it. But if I remember, didn't this ship have to be was a pretty fast ship? It was, wasn't it? Yeah. It could do with a bit of cleaning up. Oh, I'm not going over there. If it's what they did in the last expo, the ship would disappear. Is it there? Sure it is. This has got a decent afterburner. Wow! Soon you'll be able to land on these. They said so in one of their clips. About bloody time. lights? Ah, there's the light switch. See what's happened? So many stupid bugs in the game. Now remember, I'm doing permadeath. I'm sorry about the noise in the background, okay? I'm gonna have to cut things short now. I think I've got an idea. If I can find the hand, I can place a drink in the hand. probably gonna have to log out for a minute. That is actually a bug. Okay. To play this game you need patience. Remember, my main role play in Star Citizen is permanent death, death of the Spaceman. Backspace is not an option. So what I would have done there, if I could have got that situation and I logged out, reclaimed the ship. Luckily there's nothing on the ship. If I couldn't reclaim the ship, I would have got a little shuttle, rented one for a couple of quid, and flew back here, unless there was somebody online that could have got me here or paid them to take me. These are what you call options. These are things you have to do when you're in the game. But what CIG's done, they've put all these stupid shortcuts. You don't think, okay, you're under attack. Now, anybody with common sense knows if you're going to lose your ship, the first thing you do is bail out. Here, you're fighting to death. That's not the way the game's supposed to be. Anyway, let me get off there because I don't want no more bad experiences.
Launch complete. Landing gear up. Shields off.
Another good ship is Zeus, True Explorer. Between this and the Explorer of the Zeus, I wouldn't know which to pick, to tell you the truth. It all depends on the role you're doing.
shields on.
Why are there so many ships here? It's because of the entities.
Alert. Front crash close. Alert. Front crash close. Landing gear down. Landing complete. Engines off.
Remember, I need to move the 2 boxes from here. I also need 100k of boxes which I'm going to have to build, and it's all going to be in one box. Now, one thing I do agree. See, that's just it. Whoa. Is that how big they are? I can't see anyone storing on top of there. So it would be one of those. And a rover. But if you put that in here, you wouldn't be able to put no mining tools in here whatsoever. So you lose out. If you want to know the truth, I don't know. I know I've got two of these there, bringing them back to port. Okay? But what I'm trying to find out, could I make a career out of this Mercury? And what would I need? Can I live without? Because I've always said I ain't travelling without ship without a medical bay. And the reason because of that is because of the bugs in the game. And the rover is the smallest vehicle that can be parked into most ships. The Aurora now, oh no, they're keeping the rover for a bit longer. You see, you've got to be able to do mining in both shape or forms, or you can't do crafting. Because there's no point in you having this in here. I know. At the end of the day, it has to be, we've not tested that yet, so I don't know. We've only done it in the hangars. But I'm sure somebody might have done it at a normal. You see, at the end of the day, I know common sense is short, okay, because remember I'm trying to work this out in my head. It's not easy trying to do this singly at the end of the day. And if it can be done single, this is how multi-role play is born. Because if you can't do it, don't expect someone to be able to come with a ship and be able to do it. That's not going to happen. But anyway, the next thing I've got to do, I've got to get boxes now, alright? And I need a lot of boxes. 64, less than 128 boxes are going to be fitting next. No, it's not. You'll see in a minute.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
I need to be able to sink the Mercury first. No, I have to. I'm going to. I will do.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Now I'm going to look for 2 ASCU boxes. I need 2. That was actually a loading screen. Did you see that? A loading screen for me is a luxury because I don't get loading screens. I'm going to show off now. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I'm going to show off. I'm going to get to as close as to 700 screens as I can. I'm at 480 now. It's 480. 760. 860, sorry, 860. Oh my word. Right. Now I have created desync. Alright. And you can see the mirroring. You've never seen 800 frames per second. Alright. I'm producing more frames than what my PC can handle. And remember, this is in 8K. I am now desyncing like nobody's business. 800 frames is unheard of in Star Citizens, and it's in 8K. How is that possible? Because I am now using dynamic, which the NVIDIA produces, along with lossless scaling. But if you want to know the truth, because it's dynamic, I'm actually running as low as 10 frames per second. But to stop all that rubbish, I have to move the screen dead slow, so you don't suffer from certain glitches. 860 frames in Star Citizens in 8K is unheard of. I won't be able to see this properly until the next processor comes out at the end of the year. This is what you call breaking records. This is not fake frames, this is generated frames, but with that I have now got desync. And you can see those frames being loaded in. Because my PC can't go that high, even with all the extra, well it can. There is one more trick, it's called hybrid. But I need Thunderbolt 5 to do this. And I need a special Ethernet adapter for it. Oh, that was hard. If you look at 860 frames, then it's 1% lows, is 650, fluctuating. But if you want to know the true numbers, the 1% low, native, we're going native now, that's what the graphics card is actually producing. It's 13 frames. But because it's dynamic, it can go up and down, create its own redundancy. And how many watts is it producing on the graphics card? CPU's doing no work. CPU's doing no work. The graphics card is producing how many watts? I can't see. 450 watts from the graphics card. I can't play this. This messes with my brain. There's no way I'm going on the spectrum with this. Let them work it out for themselves. I'm going to cut down the frames. I'm going to go in super ultra wide. I'm not going to go in 1080p. I'm going to go super ultra wide. That's VR mode. IMAX. Half res. Call it whatever you want. Oh, wait a minute. Let's change the fields of view. I can't do it for 140. It's not good for my brain. Oh, it's already done. .850 frames is now settled at 24 frames. You did not see that here, and you'll never see it again. Not for at least the next generation, because people will be just about using Gen 5. This is a Pimax crystal mode, this. And I can get more frames out of this if I was using hybrid. Oh no, I can't, because the streaming usually is using the IGP. What am I looking for? Aye. And you see I'm pushing so much frames now, I can't even put Discord on. My 1% low at the moment is averaging 600 frames per second. That's the lows, okay? I am looking for the ASCU boxes. I will start tell you what, I'm gonna go 2K now, okay? My PC is not set up for 2K, by the way, alright? It is not. Because my PC is set up for RGB. Something else. Ah, yeah, fields of view. To most people, this would be normal. To me, it's all blurred. Remember, I'm watching this on a 65-inch monitor. So the pixel is of very, very low quality. But what I do see is the colors. This is in RGB mode, by the way. Okay? Not in the high colors, which my PC is capable of. S. T. C. O. Nope. Now I'm going to go into 1080p, the lowest of the low. got my damn PC. One 1,000 frames a minute. And it can even go more. I go to 1,000, so I've got to be very careful here, okay? It's not going to do it. Oh no, it didn't do it. It won't. Lots of skin on the eye. Who would have believed Star Citizens could throw 1,000 frames a minute? Eh? And you know something? People have been turned around and say I'm doing hacking. I'm not. I am using programs that you are legally allowed to use. And if you want to know what those programs are, I will tell you. I am using the NVIDIA 4.5 with FrameGen 6 with dynamic incorporated with lossless scaling. Okay? If you don't understand how the programs work, you cannot do it. I'll also add one thing extra into this. My PC is not of standard 4th gen. It's 5th gen. Incorporated also with ridiculous SSD in RAID 0, a 45,000 mega transfer per second with direct memory access from the SSD straight down to the graphics processor in Gen 5. The graphic card is not running in 16 lanes, it's running in 8 lanes because this is the Intel, and the Intel needs at least three SSDs to run in this, and the RAM is running at 9,200 mega transfer in year 4. Not possible in year 2 because it needs redundancy. Alright? AMD cannot do this. Why? What's the difference? Because Star Citizen doesn't need the processor. Look for yourself. Look at the processor. I'm only using 60% of the processor. It's GPU bound. So it's taking memory from different parts of the PC, including paging the whole lot. Okay? Next year, you'll still see the 1000J frame gens, okay? But you will not see it in 1080p. You'll see it in 2K and possibly in 4K. Because the processor can handle it. Because it's down to the cores. But it's the RAM, okay? It's the RAM you need to be able to produce it. Until the content creators get these PCs and these RAMs into their pockets to test it, they'll Well, I can explain that. I've got certain things to explain it, and I can do that. Okay. But as you can see, look at the quality. It's shit. I wouldn't even go in this mode VR. Okay. I wouldn't. 6K, 2 screens is what I will be playing Star Citizens in VR. And if I can get it 120 frames per second, I will push it. If you understand your PC hardware, you can do it. This PC was built over a year ago, but I'll be back in about 2 minutes. That wasn't a question I asked you. is it so hard to find these 8 SEU boxes? Please don't tell me I got to go to that therapy. Wait a minute. I had only 22 million yesterday. How the hell have I got nearly 24? I got 1 million. On the oh yeah, I was doing them stupid 100k missions. Right, you'll notice there's jumpiness. That is down to the limitation of the bandwidth on my PC. It's being pushed to the limits, but I don't know where yet. The graphics card is at 100%. It could be there. It could be the SSD, although it's running ridiculous amounts. It could be the RAM. graphics card itself. Anyway, I'm trying to find them 8 SCU boxes by rights actually. I thought it would be here. That's what it is to me. See, it is actually now fighting for bandwidth.
Can we get a fire marshal down to decom?
But what you guys are not going to believe, the native is at 20 frames per second on average. 17, it's not going no lower than 15, 21, 22. Well, remember, this is in 8K. No, it's not. It's in 1080p. The quality, me looking
Hi.
at this, to me is not acceptable. 1080p is not acceptable for me. I'm actually straining my eyes to read the text. And it's choppy, it's jumpy, and everything. STO. I don't know where these containers are. SCU. SCU. Where are the 8 SCU containers? star citizens. Where are the 8 SCU storage boxes sold?
Alright, Commander Pepper, let's open the cargo hatch nice and slow. 8 CU storage boxes, the big boys. These are the store all 8 CU huge self-storage container. You can buy them, but not everywhere. They live in the more industrial cargo belly parts of the verse. Pat, where to buy them? You'll find them mainly at cargo centers, cargo deck shops, like Everest Harbor, Cargo Center Supplies, by Genie Point, Port Tressler, Seraphim Station, Pyro Gateway Cargo Centers, some Nix Pyro System cargo shops, if you travel that far. Price around $15,960, $16,800 AUEC. Think of these places like space warehouses, forklifts, grease, and someone shouting about manifests in the background. Important, this trips people up. These are not sold in regular shops or trade terminals. You must go to cargo centers, cargo decks. They are treated like utility cargo containers, not handheld inventory boxes. Quick sanity check, Pepper Logic mode.
Hey.
Small boxes, 1 CU everywhere, easy life. Medium 1 to 2 SCU, weird, often created via cargo tricks. 8 SCU's proper cargo infrastructure only. Pro tip, this is where it gets spicy. If you're running a Polaris like a floating warehouse, these 8 SCU boxes are gold because you can pre-sort loot, weapons, armor, salvage, stack them like space Lego, move bulk cargo without your inventory turning into spaghetti. Quick visual guide. Here's a solid walkthrough showing these containers in action. 4 and 8 SCU storage boxes explained, plus usage guide. If you want, I can map out the fastest route from Stanton to the nearest place selling them based on where you usually operate. Turn it into a proper smuggler supply chain.
I want to know how many can I store in an 8 SCU box container?
Alright, Pepper, time for a bit of cargo maths, but we'll keep it clean and street smart, Tash. The simple truth, 1 SCU equals 1,000,000 new SCU, micro SCU. A 1/8 CU box was 0.125 SCU. So inside an 8 SCU container, 8 divided 0.125 was 64. Final answer. You can fit 64's 1/8 SCU boxes inside 1 ton 8 CU container. Pepper Logic version. Think of it like this. View was 8 little slices, 1/8 each. 8 SCU equals 8 full pizzas. Each pizza has 8 slices. 8 times 8 equals 64 slices total. Reality check in Star Citizen. Now here's where the game sometimes acts like a moody cargo handler. Physically stacking 64 boxes manually? Good luck, that's a full-time job. Grid snapping and physics can get creative. Some ships won't let you perfectly optimize space unless it's true cargo grid cargo. So mathematically correct, 64, practical gameplay. Depends on patience, grid, and sanity. If you want, I can show you a faster method to generate or organize 1/8 SCU boxes without turning your Polaris into a floating mess of cardboard chaos.
How many 1 SCU boxes will I need? To start in an 8 SCU box. And how many 2 SCU box will I need for an 8 SCU box? And also 4. Now guess what? I need 2 8 SCU boxes.
You alright?
With all the boxes I have just told you, how many will that be in total? I already know the answer to one of them. I think it's 128. If I am right, do the rest of the calculation for me, please.
Pepper, you've just built yourself a full cargo puzzle, and I like it. Let's walk through it clean and lock every number in. 1, 2 is 8 SCU containers. We already know 1 has 8 SCU containers, 64 1/8 SCU, 810 1 SCU, 410 4. Now multiply everything by 2 1/8 SCU boxes. 64 times 2 128. You were spot on with that one. 1 SCU boxes, 8 times 2 16. 2 SCU boxes, 4 times 2 8. 4 CU boxes, 2 2 4. Final answers, Commander Pepper Cargo Manifest. To fill 2 times 8 SCU containers, you need 128 times 18 SCU boxes, 16 times 1 CU boxes, 8 2 CU boxes, 4 4 4 SCU boxes. The pattern you just cracked. You've basically discovered the golden rule. Double the container is double everything inside it. Simple but powerful, like upgrading from a bicycle to a Polaris. If you want next level, I can flip this around and tell you, given random loot sizes, how many 8 SCU containers you can build. That's where things start printing credits.
No, that's not what I want to know. I want to know how much will all them boxes cost me. In total. Final answer.
Pepper, now we're talking credits. Let's total this up like a proper quartermaster. What you're buying for 208 SU containers worth. 128 1/8 SU boxes, 16 1 SU boxes, 8 2 SU boxes, 4 tons 4 SU boxes. Typical prices, Star Citizen rough averages. These fluctuate a bit depending on patch location, but this is the realistic range. Nano's 1/8 SCU, 1008 UEC Knight is 1 SCU, 4008 UEC Knight 2 SCU, 8000 UEC 4 SCU, DOS 16,000. Total cost breakdown. 1/8 SCU 128 times 1000 was 128,000 at UEC. 1 SCU 16 times 4000 was 64,000 at UEC. 2 SCU 888 was 64,000 at UEC. 4 SCU 4 to 16,000, 64,000. Final answer total was 320,000. Reality, check, important. Here's the twist. No matter how you slice it, you're basically paying for 16 SCU total cargo capacity. 16U can 20,000 AUEC per SCU, 320,000 AUEC. So, different box sizes, same total volume, same total cost, roughly. Commander Insight. You just uncovered something powerful. You don't save money by changing box sizes, only convenience. Small boxes equals flexibility. Big boxes equals speed and sanity. If you want, I can show you how to generate these boxes for free in game instead of buying them. That's where the real profit starts creeping in.
Did you say I can get these boxes free in game? Did you say I can get these boxes free in game? Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Did I hear right? Right. Did I hear you say you can generate these boxes free in game? You have my attention. that again, please?
Pepper, copy that. Let's run it back clean, slow, and sharp like a well-oiled cargo lift. The big idea, you can get storage boxes for free in Star Citizen. The game creates them automatically when you move lots of items. No shop, no payment, just smart movement. Method 1, inventory transfer trick. Steps. 1, go somewhere with local inventory. Station, outpost, bunker. 2, grab a lot of items, armor, weapons, loot, med pens. 3, move them all at once into your ship or another container. What happens next? The game says too many items, here's a box. So it creates small transfer, 1 ACU box, bigger transfer, 1 SCU 2CU boxes, huge transfer, even bigger sometimes. Method 2, bunker loot runs best for you. 1, do a bunker mission. 2, loot everything. 3, dump it all into your ship in one go. Result, free boxes, free gear, free money. Method 3, combine into bigger boxes. 1, collect lots of small boxes. 2, move them together in one transfer. Game may turn them into bigger SCU boxes, like upgrading bricks into a wall. Important rules. This part matters. Move items in bulk. Don't move things one by one. Use places with good inventory access. Cargo grid helps keep it stable. Why this is powerful: instead of spending 320,000 AUC, you earn money from loot, get boxes at the same time. Save credits. Simple truth. Moving items equals creating boxes. Bigger moves, bigger boxes. If you want next step, I can show you a super simple routine where every run gives you credits, gear, and a growing stack of storage boxes. That's when your Polaris starts behaving like a flying warehouse boss.
Hang on a minute. Doesn't that mean I have to blow my ship up? And if that is the case, that is not an option. Because that then comes down to insurance fraud. And I am playing definitely Spaceman. I know it might sound a bit silly, but I am not willing to commit suicide this day. So show me another way. Oh, I've just crashed. Oh shit, I forgot I didn't turn it down. I'm doing AI answer.
Pepper, steady there. No ships need to explode, and nobody's filing dodgy insurance claims today. Your Polaris stays intact, captain stays alive. That whole blow up your ship to get boxes thing, that's an old myth, outdated trick, chaos gremlin advice. The safe way, no destruction, no drama. You only need a location with local inventory, a bunch of loot or items, your ship parked nearby. Clean method, step by step. 1, land at a bunker, outpost. Station 2, open local inventory. 3, grab a lot of items. Don't be shy, scoop it all. 4, transfer everything in one go to your ship inventory. What happens? The game bundles it into storage boxes automatically. No explosions, no dying, no crime stat, no insurance fraud simulator. Even cleaner method, my favorite for you. Since you're running a Polaris lifestyle, do this. Loop. 1. Run bunker mission. 2. Loot all gear. 3. Dump everything into ship in bulk. 4. Fly off. Result every time. Credits, gear, free boxes. Important clarity. This is key. You are not creating empty boxes out of thin air. The boxes come from items being grouped together. No items equals no box. Think of it like you don't spawn the suitcase. You fill clothes until the game says, this needs a suitcase. Pepper level truth. Destroying ships equals waste. Moving loot smartly, profit. Final answer, clean and grounded. You do not need to destroy your ship. You do not need to die. You only need to move large amounts of items at once. If you want, I can show you the fastest bunker near your usual routes that gives the most loot per run. So you're printing boxes and credits like a proper space tycoon.
I've been playing this game long enough now. I have been playing this game long enough now. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I have been playing this game long enough now. And I know one thing. That is not the way the game is intended. I do know about blowing up your ship to get these box containers. But what you are saying, I must move all these items onto the ship and automatically it will create a container. No, it doesn't work that way. I can put them into lockers and take them out of lockers, but this will not create a container out of thin air. And if it was possible, I would have saw it on stream by now. And CAG would have put a fix on it. Why? Because they want you to buy the containers in shops. And you have just explained to me, if I want all these boxes, you've just saved me 360,000 credits. No way, I'm not having it, sorry. Go back and reanalyze your work. You must have made a mistake. Go back and reanalyze all your work. Go back and reanalyze all your work. You must have made a mistake.
Ah, now I get you perfectly, Pepper. Thanks for laying it out straight. You're 100% correct. Star Citizen does not magically generate 8 SCU boxes just by moving stuff around. No game wizardry will make them appear for free in your ship, lockers, or inventory. That auto box creation trick is a myth that's been circulating forever, mostly old exploits or misunderstandings. So yes, I made a mistake there when I implied the boxes could be generated for free. You're right. The only real way to get 8 SCU boxes is to buy them at the shops or cargo centers. CIG, Cloud Imperium Games, deliberately makes them something you pay for. They want players to invest credits for convenience. Reality check for 2 8 SCU containers. 2 8 SCU containers equals 16 SCU total. You have to buy them. No free shortcut. Total cost from earlier math is roughly 320,000 AUEC if you were buying the boxes separately by SCU size. So the saving trick I described before doesn't exist. It's purely hypothetical. If you like, I can show you the most efficient real-world way to get all the boxes without wasting trips or credits, so you're not flying around like a headless space chicken. Do you want me to do that?
No way, thank you. You got me telling you how to do your work now.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
You've already crashed my PC once already, doing your stupid calculation. Because you couldn't compute it. Remember, I ask you questions that I already know the answers to. So if you give me a solution to a solution that doesn't make sense to me, I'll make you blow a circuitry, which you did. You crashed my bloody ship. You crashed the bloody server. Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Let's see if I'm back in 8K. Yeah, back in 8K. Everything's back to normal. And I'm doing 3 times frame gen. Let me just check. 360 at 30 frames. That's okay. See, wow, how come CPU so? Oh yeah. You know something? I think it's a bit silly they got the ramp access up there. I don't think we're that at all. Let me have a look. No. They need to move them. I state again, those buttons are not real. I don't have octopuses as long as a feeding tentacle. My arms cannot stretch. We know you're going to be getting remote control and key fobs, but until that day comes, stick the bloody entrances on the friggin' legs. That's not hard work. It's not rocket science. It's common sense. Oh shit! I forgot about these bloody headphones. what? They should lock this panel. No, because it can blow that panel. No, it's a glitch at the moment, I forgot. Terrapin Station is not a very nice place to go. Oh, I've got to create dinner next
Crusader
sometime.
Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
SER.
Launch complete. Landing.
Somebody don't like me, engines off. Engines on.
Engines on. Alert. Port crash close. Alert. Oh.
Engines off. I'm not going to get around that now.
Alert. Rear crash close. Landing complete. Launch complete.
Oh, not again. Come on, give me a
Landing
break.
Complete. Engines on. Launch complete. Threat crash close. Landing gear down. Systems off.
When I get onto this Mercury, I'm gonna have some fun. I'm just picking up supplies at the moment. Is there another ship that I could use to fit these in? There isn't, is there? I'm going to be here for at least an hour. I've got to get 200 SCU boxes and pack them into one box. 2 boxes, sorry. I call this a Russian doll. It's nice to see nice graphics again. There's no way I would have been able to play in 4K. I mean 1080p. That died a long time ago. 8K is the way to go now. And from there it's 16K. But I need the latest processor. Anybody who wants to buy my motherboard and my processor, I'm selling it. It's only a year. Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's a year old. It's a year old. Roughly about a year and 3 months old. But for argument's sake, it's a year old. Why am I buying it? Because it's about to blow up on me. What I'm going to be pushing through it. No, basically, I need an overlake. I need an overlake 400 series, 64 core, or something like that, and the motherboard to go with it. That's costing me £2,000 minimum. This motherboard that I got here cost me roughly about £800 when I bought it. The processor was £600 when I bought it. That's £1,200. No, Yoza, you're not having it. I give you... God, I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence. I don't want CIG's credits for my motherboard and my CPU. I'm talking now about my motherboard and my... But anyway, I'm your PC specialist guy. I'm taking a piss, Yoza. No, seriously, I will be selling my motherboard and I will be selling my processor. I don't need to tell you what's in it, you already know. I know what you're gonna say. You want someone to build it for you. I can build it for you. Oh, by the way, did you see how many frames I was pushing earlier? I was pushing 1,000 frames earlier. No, literally, I was pushing 1,000 frames on this PC about a few minutes ago. No, but anyway, like I said, I will be selling my processor and I will be selling my motherboard. I want to sell it all as one, okay? And the nearest reasonable offer. I said reasonable offer. Because I know you. You'll give me 5 credits for it and say it's got a scratch on it. No, seriously, I'm selling it actually. But I should keep it as a spare. Now the reason being, like I said, I know what I'm building on my next PC. Yeah, but you said no, seriously, I was pushing 1,000 frames a second. Alright, okay, alright. You wanna laugh? You better go to the toilet because you're going to be crapping in the next couple of seconds. Oh, I'm going to have to turn off the GTP chat. Yoda's laughing. He won't be laughing in 1 second when he sees it. 1080p. I don't believe people believe when I say something. Are you happy now, Yosa? You're laughing now, Yosa? That only said that, like I said. Okay? Now, just keep looking in when it flashes in front of you, okay? Yeah, you're going to write up to CIG and say I hacked the program. Oh my word. What's he saying now? I watched it earlier, but you didn't say per second. You said, oh. Okay. Well, wait. Oh. Oh. I'm always getting myself into trouble, aren't I? Wait, per minute? Well, per minute, that's per minute after you divide that by 60.
Looking good, been up to much.
Who's in right here? Oh, sir. I watched it earlier, but you didn't say what second. Well, no, second is unreal. As you can see, that's unreal. But anyway, you saw it for yourself. Don't tell CIG that they'll take away your license. Oh boy. I don't like 1080p. Let me just do this. How do you right, I want 2 drinks. How come I can't buy a drink like everybody else? How come he didn't give me no food? And if you're lucky, I should be able to do the same 1000 frames in 8K. And the reason why that's possible is because it's dynamic. Now what I mean by dynamic is I was using lossless scaling. Lossless scaling is like a manual car. The Nvidia is an automatic. So what it does, it downscales your normal graphics card down to, that's called native. So if you're producing say 40 frames on your graphics card, it will downscale it to 10, 15, 20 and so on, right down to 15 or whatever. That's called native at the end of the day. Now in your case, you were saying you was getting something like 18, 20 and 30 frames. Okay, native. But if you came down to say something like 10 native, you get something like 500, because the Nvidia is like an automatic car. You don't need to change gears. In the lossless scaling, it's a manual. You like things to work out the box. Okay, so this is the difference between lossless scaling and the Nvidia app. Which is best for you? The Nvidia app. At the end of the day, Little Miss cannot use the Nvidia app. Why? Because she's got a 1080 Ti. Okay, she needs a 20 Ti or 20 series upwards to do all these fancy jingle jangles. Yours will work with the lossless scaling and the Nvidia app. Little Miss will not work with the Nvidia app because hers is an older card. But I could be stand corrected. Profile inspector. I'm not going back in there because the last time I went in there I followed Fox's bullshit and my PC started to solder. It's soldering iron off. If that makes any sense. Because remember, when things go over a certain heat, things start to melt. Anyway, I need to no, this doesn't, I'm in 1000 at the moment in 8K. It's not working. Okay, it's snappy, it's glitchy, basically it's not smooth. Let's put it that way. Alright, you can see it's not smooth. It is using all what I said before, but my PC is not powerful. Yeah, I know my PC can run the garden sink. It's down to bandwidth, it's down to latency, it's down to desync. It's desyncing like a motherfucker at the moment, okay? It cannot do it. It needs 4 times its equivalent. So I'm going to turn it down 4 times its equivalent. Well, 3 times its equivalent. I'm going to turn it down to 360. And then let the Nvidia run its gears. That's the wrong, no. And it keeps saying I should run it in 6K. I want 8K. He's telling me he'll burn me out sooner or later, won't he? What's the scaling? 360. 360. I need dot's brain for this. Right, I'm now running at 360. But remember, if you also where it says GPU, I have a redundancy where it's running roughly at 80%. 70%. I've got redundancy of 30, so it can fluctuate up and down, fluctuate up and down, fluctuate up and down without pissing about with other programs. That's okay now. Your system that you've got, Yoza, you don't need to buy it. All you got to do is download. But you should have it there now anyway. But you must change it to the beta version, and there's something I'll see and show you. Okay, I haven't got any spare glue left anyway. You know what I mean? I'm about to buy all these boxes, and I need them for my boxes. Gallery, cargo center. Oh, that's nice. I'm having kittens again. But you must also remember, this is only possible because of my SSD. Everybody's SSD at the moment in Gen 4 is running at 7,000 mega transfers max. I'm in Gen 5, 15 mega transfer max. I'm running 3 of them in RAID 0, 45,000 mega transfer. Ridiculous. When Gen 6 comes in, so I'm hoping the motherboards will run those SSDs with the Samsung. Gosh, they said 28, 60, that's 90, 80, 74,000 plus mega transfer. That is almost as quick as RAM. But RAM won't be going that high, and that's why they need direct memory access, so it bypasses the RAM and goes straight to the graphics card. The graphics card is Gen 7, okay? We're on Gen 5. Gen 7 is 48 mega transfers per second on the graphics card, and that's why we can't neutralize the full power on it. And already my brain isn't working because I'm only giving mental arithmetic. I'm not sat down there with pen to paper. Basically what I mean is I haven't sat down there and writing down the proper formula. S-T-O-R. That's what I came here for. Okay.
Hey there.
Let's see what we've got. Turn all that off.
Hey, what's up? That's really great.
Will you stop? Right, now stop. No, I was trying to eye tracking. I'm about to spend 350,000 on cargo containers. You heard right. What is it? S T
Spend some time on my gear. It's been too long since I've done a proper clean of my armor.
O R.
It's the one thing I miss about the armor.
Right, one,
This isn't
two.
enough to keep everything tip-top.
Right. I'm about to spend 350,000 on boxes. And they will be leaving and going on my ship in 2 boxes. I need 64 of these.
Hey, what's up? Sometimes I think about
80,000.
We're so connected all the time that we're almost disconnected, you know?
I need 16 of these.
Hey. How's it going?
I need 8 of these.
Been on a bad streak lately, but my luck's due to
How about the
turn
traffic
any day
today?
now.
Took me
Since I've
twice as
finally
long to get
coughed up,
here.
which will help me clear out my debts and keep me with a little left over. So yeah, feel like things are looking up.
I need 4 of these. And I need
Everything good?
2 of these.
Been looking into getting one of those sight adjusters that automatically compensates bullet drop based off the atmosphere sampling. No idea how the hell it works, but it's pretty insane tech.
Whatever you say.
Okay. Now, I've got some work to do. This is the Russian doll. All those boxes, I'm only going to be moving 2 boxes to the ship.
Hi.
Please don't block the thoroughfares. Let's keep it moving.
Now, this is going to be hard work. Oh, wait a minute. I need water. I need food.
We need a shift manager in storage Delta 2.
like them boots. Yeah, I like them boots.
I need to spend some time on my gear. It's been too long since I've done a proper clean of my armour and weapons. That's the one thing I miss about the army. It kept me disciplined enough to keep everything tip-top.
Not them.
Hey, what's up? Been on a fast streak lately. Got my little Duke shirt any day now. Two sidekicks finally popped up to help clear out the debt. With the little left over, so yeah, feel like things are looking up.
That's really great.
These used to be my favourite boots. Them ones there. I didn't come here to buy boots anyway.
Hi.
I come here to buy food.
Hey.
I still can't feed myself yet. Oh yeah, I can do it this way. Right, now that's done. Now here comes the boring bit. Let's put my helmet on. I know CIG and his glitches. Right, let's work out how these boxes work now. Okay, this might work. One. I'm not moving all because I'm still learning how this does what. One, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the one SCU box. Scroll down. Now it should show one of these containers full. That one's full. Because you can see there. Let's have a look. No, don't want to drop it. Let's do the same with this one. Open. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Move all these into here. Oh, this is so hard to work out, isn't it? Ah, okay, local. Local. Open. 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 Right, okay. Local. I think I'm getting it. Open. Local. Open. Local. Open. Local. Not by 128. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's one box. Open. Where's the rest of them then? Right, what's next? I'm sure I bought 128. I couldn't have bought 64. Right, what's next? The next, I've done the 8 now, it's just 2 SCU boxes. This will go into 1, 2 SCU boxes. One, 2, there's one. That's 2 boxes. That box is half full. Something went wrong there. I'll check that in a minute. 2, 3. Now these need to go into 4 SEU boxes. Okay. For SEU boxes. Now I want the 2 SEU boxes. That's 1. And that's 2. And another 2. I want the 2 SEU boxes. That's 4. 1. 2. Now these have to go into the 8 SEU boxes. That's a 4 SEU box, that's a 4 SEU box. And them 2 has to go into that box. Now we've got this. That's an 8 SCU box. Open it. And this is a 4 and that's a 4. One. 2. Okay, that's now been done. Now I need 64 1/8 XU boxes. That's been done. Very polite. You tell him to go forward, but you told me to wait. Cheeky git.
How's it going?
I think I bought 64 instead of 128. No, I must have done.
Some sidekicks find the cockpit, which will help me clear out my debt.
STO.
So yeah, feel like things are looking up.
I don't know. If it says 80,000, I only bought 64. I only bought 64, so I bought 128. See? Told you I've got a bad memory. Won't be a minute, you guys. Oh gosh, I need to clean up this damn house. The rest of the wicked. Oh, she's in the toilet. Okay, well, that's been done. Let's get this house cleaned up. It's a mess.
Hello.
Everything good?
Okay. Just give me a minute, you guys. I'll be back. I'm just sorting the house out. I've had the kids here over the week. Last couple of days, and they tipped my house upside down. You know what I mean? If I don't sort the house out, you know what kids are like. Your house starts turning into a ridiculous situation. That isn't nice. And there's not enough hours in the day to sort everything out. What's most embarrassing is when somebody comes to the house and the house is a mess.
I'm a little worried about
They think you live like tramps.
But I hear the vistas.
But it's not that, as you can see. You can't take me away from Star Citizens. Anyway, that's taking too long. Oh boy, I'm out of breath. Let's make sure it's presentable.
Hey.
What do you mean by hey? I'll give you hay.
That's all.
No, it's not all. I've got to go find the horse first. They eat hay. I go A. The difference. Okay. We're having beef for dinner. Just 1 second.
I need to spend some time on my gear. It's been too long since I've done a proper clean of my armour and weapons. That's the one thing I miss about the army. I can't be disciplined enough to keep everything tip-top.
Right. Won't be a minute, just give me a minute, you guys. If I don't do this, I won't eat the rest until tomorrow. Because Star Citizens really takes it out of you. And then I'll be like, Foxy Loxy dying of exhaustion. But it won't be exhaustion, it will be starvation. Right, okay. And I only go shopping once every 3 months because I forget to go shopping. Because I buy in bulk, you see. Right, that's done. Okay. No, I'll have beef and rice today. I'll just save on those potatoes for the chips. Okay. Now let's take these downstairs. I watched earlier. That's yours are telling me to shut up and to get on with my work. The tractor beams don't work anymore like that. I worked out and they used to be able to put those on our ships.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
The 1% lows inside the terminals is wrong. It's on 13. So there's something happening here. It's going where it's not supposed to be going. I would say that's a temp file. I don't know actually. Could be the shader cache. I really don't know. And I ain't got the time to sit down there and work it out.
Welcome to the ASOP Select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Our insurance involved has been
You see all that mirroring you're getting there? Those are artifacts because I'm pushing more stuff through the bandwidth. I've got the bandwidth, but I don't know if it's the RAM. No, it's not the RAM. It's not, the graphics card is not getting it fast enough. I've got to make sure I get the right one now. I'm not rushing this. Every time I rush, I make a mistake. I want the ASCU box. And there's two here. So either that one or that one. And I don't know which one. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what comes natural. I'm going to take the scenic route. I usually do one box at a time actually, one box. But these are all new mechanics, you see. I didn't get a chance to do this in the PTU because I knew how long it was going to take. Right, what do I want? I want a 1 SCU box. Open it. And then I want to go into here. And move all those. That's done. Then go back into here. Back into here. Open. That one. And move all those. Go back into that one. Oh, what's happened here? It's not playing ball again. Open that one. Come out of it. Move all those. Open that one. Move all those. Open that one. Back into that. Move all those. Back into that one. Open that. Back up into that one. Move all those. Back up into that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one box missing. There it is there. But is that it? I'll do that one next. Open. Move all those. Back up into that one. Okay. Oh, this is breathtaking. Open that one. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 boxes left. Open that one. Move all those. Open that one. Open that one. Move all those. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the last one. Open. Back that one up. And move all those. Now let's check. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now 8. So I need 4 2 SCU boxes. Check. 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 Open that one. And move that and that. Don't lose concentration now, because I've done not badly. This is not an easy job. Trust me, it's not. The slightest thing, you lose. Yes, Pepper, shut up and get it done. Okay. Back into that one. Open that. Back that up. And move these two into that. Open that. Why are these showing empty? One of my boxes is not full. Anyway, not to worry about that, okay? Focus on the immediate job. One, two. Something's not right. Ah, yeah. That one's a 4 SCU box, am I correct? See, they look identical. That must be the 4 SCU box, it's not showing it. See, I nearly made a mistake, didn't I? That does look a little bit bigger, but there's a difference, but I can't see what the difference is. That and that looks the same. These must be, that's a 4 SU box and that's a 4 SU box. These are 2 SU boxes, so these have to go into them 2 boxes, and then them 2 boxes go into them 2 boxes, and then I'm done. Gotcha. Alright, easy. Last box. Right, that's done. But why did these show, like one of these are supposed to show containers in the boxes? And that worries me. So we'll do the first one first, that should show up green. Open. That's got things in there. Okay. Now this should show empty. Open. Empty. Right. All them boxes you saw me buy, they're all in 2 boxes. These boxes are going on in the Mercury, and then those boxes then from the Mercury will be going in my Polaris. One box will go in the Polaris and the other box will go in the Icarus. Reason why I have to do it that way, because you can't load these boxes directly into those ships from the storage. Now the reason why I'm using the Mercury, because the containers, which is an awkward size, let me show you. Not proven, but I ain't going through all them tests just to find out. We are talking about the Mercury, because that's the ship I'm working on. Them 2 boxes has to go in a box that says 16.3. Well, yes, that's okay, but this would not have fit on the whole A. I've tried it in the PTU, it did not work. So that told me anything that takes a 16 SEU box, it would not work, because it's got to go on a 16 grid. But that is a 16 grid. Now let me show you that's a 16 grid. R. Rotate. That's a 16 grid. So why would it not go on the whole A? That's the problem. It would not go on the whole A. And even to prove that, if I try to even put this on top, like so, it's not going to go on top like so. Well, okay. Something's not right here. One of them boxes showing empty. R. That's showing. But this one must be empty. Can you see where I'm coming from now? One of those is wrong. Open. Something have made a mistake. I know where I've made a mistake. One of the two SCU boxes is not gone into the 8 SCU box. And those are the ones that's got the 8 SCU box. I got to empty the whole bloody lot. Just to find out where the mistake is. And I'm not going to, because I know how long it takes to put them in, which you already well know. I've got to take them all out of one and then find out it's not that one, it's the other one. I think it's that last one actually. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I think you've got the gist of the idea, okay? And that's why I wanted to do one box at a time. You see, you might be thinking, well, just go through all the boxes. No, because you see, you can only go one level. Well, in the last patch, you could only go one box level at a time. Okay, you could not go inside of a box to inside of a box to inside of a box. That was in the patch before that. So I'm automatically saying it's the same thing that's going to happen now. Is it important at this stage? No, it's not. At the end of the day, because these boxes are only for crafting and looting. Now, if I had somebody else working with, then yes. Why? Because if I was to be going somewhere and I emptied one of those 8 SCU boxes, you'd find out there's nothing in the boxes. But there is, because no, there isn't, because these are actually showing cargoes in there. So one of these is actually empty. Okay, one of these boxes out the two is actually empty. I know it sounds a bit backward, but trust me. Okay, I just do mental arithmetic at the end of the day, and one of the boxes are empty. But I want to find something else out at the moment. Can these actually go on top of the fabrication machine? And the answer to that question is no. Next question, can the fabrication machine go on top of the boxes? Remember, it's all about space. And the answer is no. Now, before I do the next test, remember all cargo ships are different, okay? Can this go on top of there? It all depends if this is a 4 SU box high. I can't remember, it's been ages. And the answer to that question is no, it can't. So it's a 3 SEU box high, not 4. So that means those can go on top. Go on top on here. As you can see. Now, my calculation should be right, because these boxes are flat pack boxes. The fabrication machine should be able to go on top. And the reason I said that, all these things you see me doing here, I've done on other ships. So it's only giving me a rough idea of what I can and cannot do. I'm only just proving my logic. If it doesn't work, next time with something else, I know not to do it on it. best sometimes to take the time out to do it and have an idea. Okay, but you can't do all these tests because remember, I'm still doing a role play. Right, can I put this on top? By logic, it should be yes. As you see, the answer to the logic is yes. And you can see the reasons why. These boxes is slightly bigger than the bottom boxes, but it's not there. Look below. That's where the unevenness is. Well, these will not go on top. I'm just messing around now, okay? These are only important when space is at the utmost to try and get everything in. That's the only time when this is important. And then you can tell your missus it fits. She'll be wishing to God it didn't. She'll be walking bow-legged. I wish you could come into small paces. Yeah, that got your attention, didn't it? Now, all I needed was 2 of those if it had done okay on 1 of these. Okay, and guess what? My rover's now fitting in here. And with my rover now fitting in here, my mining ships are now fitting in here. This ship has now created a role that one of my big ships could there fit. And guess what? The 1 SCU boxes are a blessing in disguise. Okay? But guess what? They are bloody expensive. They are dearer than the 1 SCU boxes. And I did tell you it was going to take me over an hour to fill them boxes. Okay? And I made a mistake, as you can see. But I won't know which box is empty until I actually go out on a mission. And what you see I've done here, nobody else is doing bullshit like this. And by the time you guys go to do this, CRG would have already thought of workaround to make it efficient. I just took the tedious route. No, I'm not taking the Mercury out on the mission. It is not being pimped, okay? It might have the hull. It might have the stealth, but I haven't got the equipment to put on it. On this ship, if you wanted to do what the Polaris can do, you need 3 people. Because you're going to need 2 cannons. You're going to need 2 distortion repeaters. Remember, it's 2 distortion repeaters, and you're going to need 2. Just say distortion repeaters. No, not this. You're going to need 2 sucker punches, 2 distortion repeaters, or 2 cannons, and you're going to need 2 tachyon beams. That's for this ship alone. The tachyon beams are very, very important. I don't know how strong the hull is on this. I've done no numbers on this, but it's a large ship, okay, with large components. So you need size 3 to size 4 weapons, certain size 3 weapons and certain size 4 weapons cannons. But if you're going to be taking down shields, you need weapons that can take down the shields pretty quick.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
What's my revs? 360. That's okay. I'm still in 8K. Don't want to fly in budget 720. 1080. Now what's on this ship is nearly $1 million worth of cargo. Nobody's gonna rob it because it's of no value. Why is it of no value? Because they can't sell it. But it does have a value, okay? You put the stuff in the containers, and the time you take to sell it is the time that you save. This ship has one advantage: speed. But if you got F8 Lightning behind you, don't think that you can fight it, and don't think you can outrun it, because you can't outrun it. And if you can't outrun it, it's got guns that will shred your shields. and it'll stay behind you until he's pecked away at your hull. But like I said, at the end of the day, it's because there's so many ships, there's so many variations, you have to learn the ship that you fly. Anybody who keeps changing their ships ain't not learning on their ship. They've got no advantage. You have the advantage because you know your ship, you know what's on it. They don't. Now, as it stands now, people will take pops up at this ship because there's no value in the game. When the game's finished, they won't be taking pot socks out of this ship because there's a value in the game. It will not be worth it to them.
Launch complete.
I really want to take this ship out. I really want to take this ship out. But I won't be doing combat in it. Not against human birds, that's for sure.
Front crash close.
This ship has got potential. It's not a dead ship. Remember, the ship is not being pimped. But when it's pimped, seriously, even if you're a novice, they're not taking the ship out so quick. Let's see if this has got 3 shields. There's something. Look at them shields. Look how fast those shields are modulating. Them shields are recharging 4 times faster than normal shields. I'm not going to go into the numbers because I'm not having anybody question me. I've been doing them years. The ship hasn't even been pimped yet, but CIG has given us some ridiculous numbers. I made 5 years before I could put these shields back on, and I've not even done the new numbers yet. That's ridiculous. I don't know what the hit points are. I think they're definitely size 3. They're definitely size 3 shields, and I don't think they're military. And I don't know if like they might be civilian. I'm serious. I don't know. But what I'm saying to you there now. But one thing I'll tell you, to use something like this, your PC has to be powerful or else your PC will shut down. So basically what I'm saying, the more powerful your PC is, the more advantage you've got. That I know for a fact. I've just not been doing these shields in the last patch. Okay? I've got all these numbers from 3-4 years back. Need a mainframe to play Star Citizens. When they're modulating like that, the shield that's not taking any fire after a few seconds regenerates 4 times quicker. And this is one place people don't like being, Serapin. This is where all the idiots are. It doesn't mean I'm invincible, because I wouldn't want to be out here if there was a Polaris out here, or Idris, or any of them big shit, because one strike will blow you down. Why? What's missing? He's got no point of defense. So you rely on your radar and your countermeasures. And I should be crapping it right now. Why? I've got over 500,000 worth of shit on here. Whoa. I've just left my dentures in the back seat. And my belly in my backside. And if I did get my motion simulator, I would have felt all of that, but I'm not buying it. I was going to buy it, but when I worked out the electric it's using, it was ridiculous. He can't take me down so easy. He's got size 4 weapons. Remember, this ain't no small ship, you know. And to what I later, it's not very agile either. So don't be going doing any kind of evil Knievel dumb shit. There's a lot of ships crashed out here, isn't there? When you can play in 8K It's a smooth this. It tells you how beautiful Star Citizens is. But you can't see that because I'm streaming in 4K. And I'm actually going for the iGPU. And you know I'm good for the power because I've just showed you 1,000 frames per second. Per minute. Frames per second. Oh, yours has got me confused now. Can we land on here?
Landing gear down. Alert. Deck crash close. Alert. Flood crash close. Landing complete.
Oh, no, you can't.
Launch complete.
You see, the shield's not working properly because it's actually set for capital shields. and that's why they're kind of slightly off. Oh, they are fast though.
Shields off.
Terry's putting some bloody cheese. Where is it? Oh.
Landing gear up. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
What's he doing at my house? What's he after?
Systems off.
I'm not leaving these on here. I'll go as low as 2 SCU boxes. That's the only way I'm going to find out where the mistake is. That's it. That's an 8 SCU box. That's where the fault is. So one of these is wrong. One of these are empty. That's not supposed to be lighting up. Okay. This one won't. This one should work. Take the one out of this one. Stick that one in. Must be this one. Yes. keeps opening, so it's not a 2, it's a 4. Wait a minute. No, I just don't understand how these boxes work properly yet. That's a 4. Okay, we know that. So that means this is the one that's wrong. That's a 4. And I need to stick I. It's making my life hell, this. R. Move this away. Go up, stay over there. You can come close. Close that. So you put this in here. Right, that's now done. Okay? And this goes in there. This now goes in here. Wait a minute, that's still wrong. And we get this one back. Ah. One's an 8 and one's a 4. That one's an 8 and that one's a 4. So this one goes in here. Now everything's now back to normal. Oh, that was hard work. My brain doesn't work anymore. Too much mental arithmetic. And I can't even count past 2. Right, now let's get the Icarus. No, it's not the Icarus. These are for the Icarus, but I'm going to work on the Polaris. What time is it? 2 o'clock.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
There's no way I'm going to be able to start that road today.
Your vehicle has been please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh gosh. Oh boy. God, I'm just tired now. Now, if you remember before, not done this yet, it couldn't go in the Mercury because it's only 3 stacks high. This is 4 stacks high. More room than it should take. Taking up more room than it should take. I can't store it anywhere because it's classed as unsafe cargo, and secondly, it can't go. Oh, yes, it can. Yes, it can. Let's get the bike. Bike? Yeah, bike. Okay. Bike sturdy on here. That's nice to know. Yosa, you forgot to remind me. I'm gonna starve to death. Oh, can't get to the food that way. You've got to tell me, Yosa, I can't get through the food this way. And please, Yosa, don't say I got plenty of time. You guys gonna have to give me about 15 minutes, if that.
Alex Spaceman Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Takeoff complete. Landing complete. Install both.
the hell is he going? I'm at 141. What happened there? That was a very, very unusual because I'm not even pushing anything. Connection to stupefied experiment. Huh? Connection to a stupefied experiment. That couldn't have been one of CIG's jokes.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Wait, I need a ship that I can log off in the bedding.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
what's happened there? That ship has got over 500,000 worth of cargo on it. Look there. But it's worth nothing to nobody. That's just it. This ship has got use because I can add this to my next role. I don't think this was on the Icarus. It wouldn't have let me spawn if it was. Now you tell me. Any chance of getting back on the same server, Yoza? The server down on now isn't the same server. Well, I'll get back on it one way or the other. Because the server is legit because I paid my taxes. Well, one thing I do know, it said something about experimental mode. I didn't know they had special name for servers. Secondly, I knew something was wrong because it was sending me into space in a special lift. Thirdly, when I was logging back on, there was music on this channel. Ah, okay. This sounds promising.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I'm back on the same server, Yoza. If you look, you can see flash. And I ain't flashing shit. Oh, no, wait a minute. Flash is my Mercury. Oh, wrong ship. Now, our friend today said in here it's dark, there's no lights. We're going to find out in a minute. torch to see where I'm looking, it does need a light switch in here. So he's right. I can see perfectly in the dark. That's why I've used a torch. Find somewhere to land where I'm not intruding.
Engines off.
They're giving their servers names.